All right. Am I live? Paul's saying who's running this show. Clearly I am. And I am delayed because I'm trying to do too much. You know, I'm a Protestant. Protestant work ethic. Sup, Chad? Anthony, I understand 3 out of 6 words in this title. Let me guess what they are. Ritual. See, I understand and don't understand ritual. So Phlebas, my boy, I got to hang out with your boy last night. Hopefully he shows up here today. The one, the only CW, which I can't tell, like, does CW love this corner of the internet? Does he love me? Does he not? What's going on, CW? Show up, speak for yourself. All right, here we are. I'll put in a link. Do I want to, here's something I wonder. Do I want to put the link in right away? Because then it messes with my flow. But how can I mirror when I'm just talking to myself? You know, what are we gonna do? So, I'll do a little intro, then I'll put the link. So what made me want to do this live stream was, man, they're just a number of things. Yeah, CW just loves. Just pure love. The link right away. So Paul, your last video, you can wait. I'll put it in, and how about we just have some restraint? I don't need to talk a lot on my own. There's a lot of your video is just Polanyi stuff, or it really made me think. You brought up Drew Johnson, so Sarah Hardy, shout out Sarah Hardy. Look at this, she sent me this thing, and I thought it was so valuable. Moral and Ritual Knowing by Drew Johnson, that I printed it out, and I tied all these little things. This shows you what a flippin' weirdo I am. I could tell you stories of my family that would, and the inheritance that I have. It's this, we call it the Thompson craziness in my family. There's a strain on the Thompson side of me that I think it must be, I don't know. It's like part of the Scotch Irish gypsy thing or something where like CW's coming to your thing, Chad? That's cool. I would love to come. I just unfortunately can't. Ritual knowing. This reminds me of a lot of the Polanyi stuff. So in Paul's video, I just made one comment because Michael Polanyi is probably on my Mount Rushmore. I think he is, of the meaning crisis, of the intimacy crisis, of the knowledge crisis, of the problem of confessionalism. I mean, I think most people would probably understand my critique of confessionalism if they understood Polanyi, because a lot of, all of these people are built, all these relationships are built in morphic fields of we stand on the shoulders of giants. These ideas, they are and they are not original to me. So like when I make up terms like Mammonistic and Eucharistic knowing, that means something. It's particular to me because any philosopher or thinker who I would say is doing true thinking, who kind of isn't an NPC, who is somewhat of a free guy, who has lived into the reality of East of Eden's Tim Shell, he mayest. You have to know who you really are and to tell the truth authentically yourself in order to tell the truth. So Polanyi has these 3 modernist assumptions of knowledge, and one of them is that it's focal, which is related to his theory of focal subsidiary integration, which is like the perfect illustration. So let me lay out the 3. They're focal, they're exhaustively, or they're exhaustively explicit, and that they are articulable. Those are his 3 modernist assumptions of knowledge. And this is related to a lot of stuff. It's related to elephant in the writer. It's related the tacit dimension. So everything's explicit versus tacit, like the iceberg thing. There's a lot of assumptions about what knowing is. It's related to the 4 Ps. So, all right, here we go. Paul's in here. Paul.
And I'm going to stream this to my channel.
Okay.
Luke says tentatively.
So yeah, what I think I love the movie Free Guy. Did you see Free Guy, Paul?
I did not.
Oh man, you should watch it because that would be fodder for your channel too. It's related. It's
Free
just
guy.
yeah, with Ryan Reynolds. Um, it's a I don't is what kind of a movie is it? What it's maybe Pixar, but it's really silly. It's one of those movies that's it's entertaining at a lot of levels, but like it's theologically and philosophically brilliant too. It's about NPCs,
Oh,
freedom and
really?
NPCs.
Huh.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Maybe I
So,
will watch it.
but it's related. A buddy sent me an article recently from some Substack. I'll put it in the comments when this is done or something. But it's something like why you are probably an NPC, and it breaks down like 7 categories of NPCs or something. It's like two of them are like what I would call the exclusivists on the right side of history. So like this one over here and this one over here, the conservative or the liberal. Like I'm the NPC over here and I have my group think. No, I'm the NPC over here and I have my group think. Or there's the middler NPC, which is like the truth is in the middle. And there's one line from it that I really resonated with, where it's just like if you find yourself in groups of people or frequently around people where everybody thinks like you, you're probably an NPC.
Well, we all start out NPCs. I mean, so Vervaeke says that it is agape that creates people out of, these little biological beings that we birth. And the only way you create a person is you first create a non-player character. And as the baby grows, increasingly the baby becomes a player. Rather than, I mean, it all goes back to Grim Grizz's channel. There is no agency until there is. And this is, Karen was, as long been sort of chewing at the bone of knowing, loving to know. It's the same thing. I mean, agape grows us into greater levels of knowing, and that gets into Drew Johnson, what you just mentioned in terms of ritual. But the point of the video that I released this morning is that ritual, the agent is always related to the arena. And so ritual is also about growing in agency, because Peugeot talks about how ritual is sort of it's labor saving, it's energy saving, it also sort of releases us for more agency. So once the path to the river is trodden, now we can have a conversation while we're walking on the path instead of blazing it. And that's, technology is this double-edged sword, because technology on one hand affords this kind of leveling up of agency, but it also distorts and disrupts, and we're quite ignorant of that until we don't even really know what a car is yet, as Peterson so nicely put back in the day. So
well, sometimes that distortion is good, right?
yeah. Well,
What do you think?
Go ahead.
What do you think? How is being an NPC related to subtle bodies and powers and principalities?
Well, they have us for, I mean, we become their physical bodies, and they have us for a long time. But so when Jesus, as the book of Colossians says, when Jesus basically takes control of and owns these principalities and powers, then Jesus sort of has us in a similar way. But this gets back to C.S. Lewis's quip about in Screw Tape Letters about our Father below and the dreaded enemy, because the Father below only wants NPCs that he can continue to feed off of, whereas what God does is he wants to see us grow up as sons. And that with children, on one hand, you want you teach your children to obey, and you do all of that, but you do that, you sort of educate them into being your NPC, but then they begin to grow out of it, because what you realize is that you're also an NPC on certain levels, and they are in some ways also liberating you as they liberate themselves as they grow in agency. And the beautiful thing about having adult children now for me is that while I certainly don't agree with everything that they think or stand for, at the same time, they have agencies that I don't have. And so then as a family, as a collective, we have certain powers that we wouldn't have without the children
As a body,
as a
yeah.
body.
Do you what do you think about this? I often think of this as Modus Trollins here. Oops, I just outed him. Sorry, dead named him. His secret account. Um,
That's right
so what
there on
I
the.
often think about this, yeah, well, it's not on this thing though. I often think of this as like, oh, that you need, yeah, I wish you wanted solid food, but you still need milk. How is that related to NPC versus free?
Well, I have an example about this. So when my wife and I were first going church shopping, looking for a place to that we would call our church, we would go there. I didn't, the churches we were going to were liturgical, in the way that kind of classically liturgical. And I don't know anything that's going on here. I'm like, why am I standing? Why am I sitting? What are these hymns? And and so in that way, I guess I'm a NPC when I come in. And then, but what I really like about that NPC, that particular mode, is it starts to give me a formation that I could start to kind of participate in. And then the reason why I'm doing it is because for some reason I'm trusting these people. Like, part of it is that they've been there for, a lot of these people literally, were baptized there as children, and now they're 80 years old, and their children have been married there, and they'll actually have their funeral there. And so, like, there's a particular kind of trust that goes into it. I'm going to trust these people. They seem to be pretty good people. They have a really strong community. Uh, it's and so like that particular kind of NPC thing is really helpful. And I'm sure some of that can get wonky. Like I'm listening to this other book right now about cults and stuff, and well, that's you know, yeah. So that's my example.
Let
Sorry.
let me throw this in. So one of the things that I love, and I feel like I can talk about this and illustrate it and relate it better than I could a year ago. But so one of Polanyi's big ideas also is focal subsidiary integration, which is basically ritual knowing in a sense. So like the example that I've always used before is riding a bike or any sort of procedural. You use the baking illustration or like following a recipe or something. There's a degree to which learning a bike is you have to focus on these patterns and these things in a particular way and repeat them over and over and over. Learning to play guitar, dribble a basketball, and you have to focus on it. You have to do the fundamentals over and over and over and over and over until the focal things become citissarially integrated. And this is how you build neural pathways actually in your head. You focus on things in your prefrontal cortex to the degree that you integrate them into your subconscious, and then you can do them without thinking so that you can actually drive a car,
Right.
so that you can actually ride a bike. But my point, this is the problem with modernist assumptions of language and to talk about things intellectually, especially in an identitarian way, is you think about all the stuff that you're talking about with your prefrontal cortex is stuff that you've fully integrated into yourself, which is the difference between Mammonistic and Eucharistic knowing.
That's right. And so that's in a sense, when we're driving a car, we're NPCing on purpose.
Yeah, to a degree.
To a degree, which is exactly what you just described. And we NPC on purpose while we're driving a car so that we can, in a sense, it's a multitask cheat. We sort of create these other little, we sort of create these other little bots within us. So I'm going to now have a bot to drive the car so I can talk to my friend Luke as we drive up to Thunder Bay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's really a tremendous power. And so, I mean, an NPC is sort of a troll. It's sort of a put downward for people because we know we need to be more than that. And as Chad said, with respect to worship, you go into a church and you watch the liturgy And no matter if it's a high church or a low church, all churches have liturgy because all churches have practices that are repeated. Low churches tend to be a little bit more simple, a little bit more modern in terms of they're sort of at the surface. A very old church like the Orthodox, I mean, it's just
Or they don't have explicit ritual.
right. But but all the ritual is implicit. But when you go to church and you start, again, it's like a child. You take on that first draft because you have to try and do it one way. And if you actually learn from someone who has done it, you already have a leg up. And so then, and that's why culture can be cumulative. And that's why we even have this conceptualization, which is extremely popular right now, of progress, because hopefully you will learn from your parents, your children will learn from you, your grandchildren, if your children are wise enough to continue the legacy, your grandchildren will go on. And so it will keep going. And so ritual, and that's why, and Peugeot, with his illustration, with the wolves, going back to Peterson, I mean, that's a great illustration. And we actually see in that sense potentially progress through history. But part of what we're dealing now is all of the technological disruption. I almost was going to make I'll probably, after I finish chatting with you guys, make a video for tomorrow on Louise Perry's conversation on Unheard from about a year ago with Ayla. That's this woman that's been OnlyFans, and she's been a prostitute and all of these things. And she ostensibly does all this research now on things. And she's been on Benjamin Boyce channel. She's been on a lot of corner adjacent channels. But, so they're having this argument about, or this conversation about, well, what's best for society? What are our norms? And really, we should be talking about what are our ideals? Because ideals are far more flexible necessarily than laws. Laws tend to be binary. And I think this gets into your intuitions, Luke, about creeds as iconic rather than, because when I listen to you talk and sort of chafe on the confessionalism thing, I really hear the difference between ideals and rules. Now, rules have a certain power that ideals don't have, especially for the young, because the young tend to need more rules. But as we grow in agency, ideals become more important because we recognize, as Vervaeke nicely talked about in Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, rules have the strength and weakness of rules are the same thing. It's that they're binary, they're open and closed. And
a lot of sorry.
Go ahead, Chad.
A lot of my ideals that I've discovered that I should be living by were actually from breaking rules and having and noticing, like, well, that was pretty much a bad idea to break that rule. I should probably adopt some ideals, and so that's been my experience. And so it's a participation thing again, and also through gaining a different perspective and all those different things. And then, like, one more quick thing, that the modern problem that you're talking about, as it relates to like this bicycle thing that he was talking about, makes me think of when, have you ever seen that video where they take the bicycle and they switch the turning on it? And so when you turn the handlebars left, the bike goes right. And when you turn so the weird thing is it'll take you about 6 months to learn how to ride that bike. And then after you learn how to ride that bike, you can no longer ride the other bike.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's the modern problem. Like, this is, so we've got everything kind of flipped around, and so we have to relearn how to do things.
So I bought this new electric car, and I'm doing one pedal driving, and I'm learning now to, I'm becoming a better driver. I start braking before I used to, because you sort of let up off the gas, and then the car begins to slow, and then you don't have to use brake pads, because I don't want to pay for further brake pads, because brake pads are actually kind of a waste. You pay to go and then you pay to stop. But then I went into my wife's gasoline car, and intuitively I'm driving that as if it has one pedal braking, and I let up off the gas and the car keeps going because it's it's a weakened analogy to exactly what you say, Chad, in that I have all these years driving one certain way, and now in an electric car, I'm learning to drive another way. But then when I switch back to a gasoline car, the brain has to sort of, so that I can, continue to NPC my driving.
Dude. This is a really scary thing that happened to me the other day. I'm sorry, I'll stop talking of this, but the other day I was at work in the morning with a bunch of the guys. We're looking at some a magazine with these pictures of this tile job, and I'm standing there. I want to get a closer look at the picture, and I go on the magazine and I put my fingers on to zoom in, and I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" And like I think it is funny, but it's like, what are we doing here? Okay.
Well, technology. Sorry, Luke. I mean, technology changes your habits and your patterns. You get used to using Google Maps or some sort of map thing, and then, like I was saying the other day with my daughter, I drew a little map for her to get to some local place in the neighborhood so she could go dog sit, and it was like Chinese to her. She had no idea what she was looking at. Or people have no idea how to orient to the stars. Like you think somebody could sail across the ocean navigating by the stars anymore? Well, the medium is the message, which is why McLuhan's on my Mount Rushmore of the meaning crisis, which I don't think, I don't think people
You
really.
only got 4 slots on Rushmore.
I know. I have some backups. I'm pretty sure McLuhan's up there. I don't know who. Polanyi, Sheldrake. Man, I mean, there's like interchangeables. There's backups that do all the same things. But yeah, so a lot of this is just law and spirit. I mean, isn't this St. Paul?
Yeah, law. It is. Law and spirit does have that same, a similar dynamic. Because spirit, I mean, often when we talk about the spirit of the law, we are talking about an ideal. Because there's an ideal is sort of a telos, it's a fixed destination, and you can get there in different ways. Law is like a road. Here are the boundaries. You stay on the road. The law, that this road will get you to the destination. A spirit is more, you're going to have to go over here, go over there, go over there. And the truth is, we are spirits. And so just like Chad said, he did a lot of learning by breaking laws. And I was watching, my wife and I are watching this latest Taylor Sheridan piece, Lioness, on, and it's really quite good. And so a little bit of spoiler, one of the themes in the show is the marriage tension between the main character, Zoe Saldana, and then her husband. And they're both high status people. And they're sort of ignoring their oldest teenage daughter who's playing around with sex. And her father said to her, there's 2 things that will completely disrail your life trajectory. One is cars and the other is sex. And so like the parents laid down these firm rules to her, and she broke them because she was in a car accident. And then in the hospital, they discovered that at 14, she's pregnant. So, and now it was grim distress. And so it was very good in that the parents kind of had then to take on the wisdom to say, this is something we can't be angry about right now, because she sort of level jumped. And okay, now you've been pregnant. Now you've been in a car accident. Spirit is a much more costly path than law. We have a number of new entries into here.
So
sorry to step on your live stream, Grizz.
No, I wasn't ready today anyway. But you guys need savings throws, and you called for more ritual when you shared this to your audience. So shouldn't that happen immediately?
You go. Yours is one of. I was going to make a comment that yours is one of the most ritualized channels we have in this flotilla.
Pray for us now. Pray for us in the hour of our need, Grim.
Well, the thing is, there's a lot of mind control going on, especially with your horrible misuse of the NPC terminology. So I'd like to give everybody a chance to have a savings throw against the mind control by choosing either survival social, wisdom, or heart as your participatory buy-in. And if it's over 10, you take half damage, under 10, full damage from the mind control. But at least some of us here want what's best for you. Survival, social, wisdom, or heart. Choose. Oh, Indigo out the box. Survivalist, Prime 17. Socialist, number 9. Lovers of wisdom, you made it. That's a 10. Heart, folks, you got only your 4 chambers. You're going to need some bonuses. I'll give you a +5 to your saves if you chat in Pastor Paul's or Grail Country's Hive Mind chat during the stream.
Are we streaming on Grail Country too? Is this 3 channels at once streaming?
Well, I usually do it on my channel in Grail Country because I do it on Grail Country because that's the only way that I can really participate there outside of commenting because I can't ever coordinate times to talk with anyone.
You do it because nobody watches your channel.
Well, and that. And that. And because I don't know, if my channel got big, see, this is where this comes in the NPC thing. If I get a lot of followers, I'd be like, you're all sycophants and you don't know me and I don't want anything to do with this anymore, and I'd burn it down. We're all in this pyrotheology. We got to build a church so we can burn it.
Don't worry, Luke, they won't. I will, but they won't.
So we are on Grizz, we are on mine, we are on Grail Country. We're not on Grizz's channel?
No, sir, I'm not I don't take away from you. When you're streaming, unless I didn't realize you were going to, I don't run my channel against yours.
No, but you can hit that little button up there, right? That's all I did. Luke started, then I hit that little button, and then you can stream it to your channel too. So,
I'd rather they join us here is the thing.
Okay.
Or at Grail Country.
Okay. All right. Yosef, how are you?
I'm okay. I did not finish your latest one on Ritual. I'm not a member, so I only saw it this morning. But I don't know. I definitely had some thoughts. I have to say that I caught up on some of your stuff. I didn't have the energy, honestly, to follow the past couple weeks with the holidays and everything. But yeah, I did do a little bit of catch up, and I have to say, so I don't know. I found a couple kind of odd things. One was, I know you did kind of at the beginning of that Ritual chat tie it into the Israel-Gaza thing, but I don't really know that it works so well because neither of those are really fully westernized, certainly not Christian countries. And how it plays out is very different, even though, yes, there's a layer, especially I think in the first 40 years of Zionism of kind of Western European, like really strong Western European influence. It was never through Christianity, right? It was already kind of funky coming in there. So I don't know. I mean, and they've been fighting forever, right? I mean, we've been fighting literally for 75 years since 1948, and even before that, actually, it was just the 100th anniversary of the Haifa massacres. So like, to say that this is a sign of like the fall of modernity or something declining, receding, this has been going on since before World War II. That I don't really know that I buy that narrative exactly. I think the way it's being received in the West certainly kind of is showing kind of faults in the liberal kind of post-liberal order type issues. But I don't necessarily think that the conflict itself comes from that. At least not fully. It's really complicated because how much of it is religion. Yes.
Can I get your comment on a current event while I have access to you?
Yeah.
I understand that there is a red heifer that has been born, and there's some significance. Would you please comment for me?
Well, you should watch this amazing TV show from about 10 years ago now called Dig. Dig was a one.
Well,
no, seriously.
You just said that because I was being one, right?
Well, no, it's actually a one-season show about these evangelicals in Texas who find a red heifer, bring it to Israel. It's tied into this like crazy kind of Dan Brown style archaeology, mystery, conspiracy thing where they are like, these guys are trying to, I don't know, collect like the 12 stones from the priest's breastplate, and like it's a crazy. You would really enjoy this show. You should be able to still find it online. It's one season, but it's all about what happens if they find the red heifer in kind of this Dan Brown-esque version. Look, every couple of years we hear reports that there's a red heifer, and almost always it's. I mean, not always. We've yet to actually have one in the modern era.
For you, it's like prophecy at end times. They're always saying it's going off, and then it turns out to not.
Exactly.
So you pay no mind to such things.
If I hear about it, there's a little like tag in my brain, and almost always I just can throw that away after like a couple months because.
Thank you for letting me derail you, and I'll go check out that Dick.
Yeah.
Is it I Love Dick? Is that the name of the TV show?
It was just called Dig. It was like one of these early
Dig.
D-I-G. Yeah.
Oh wow, I misheard you, and that made everything
So did I.
more
I was
awkward.
like, where is he taking me here?
No. Archaeology, digs. I thought you understood because you said that was a dig. Whatever. Okay.
I'm really restraining myself right now. By the way.
Yeah. Good job.
Are you edging?
Go type in Google. I love.
I'm holding back the Consciousness Congress.
Oh, okay.
Being a good Dutchman.
Can we go back to the ritual thing though?
Sure.
Okay. After you all look up this thing quickly. Okay.
There is a show, I Love Dick, which is different. It's not porn, but there is Dig, and there's a variety of shows named Dig, but I found the correct one. So good.
See, I'd get the thing back on the rails by running the train branding.
Woo!
I'm here.
Also, before you go, Joseph, it's nice to meet you. Oh, he kicked me.
He took himself out.
PVK, I don't think I've ever met you before. I'm Jason, by the way. I've been floating around the Discord for a long time now, but I've met all these other
You've
guys.
kind of met him throughout me. He's part of me. He's colonized my mind to some degree.
I'm trying. Anyway.
If you ever need to talk about Ecclesiastes with someone, Jason's your guy.
I don't know if that's true.
Jason's like a brilliant, intuitive, Protestant, evangelical, charismatic wizard shaman.
This is the whole reason I streamed, just so you guys could talk great about me. Keep going, please.
You should. Hey, actually, I want to pitch that. I want PVK to talk to Jason on forgiveness. Let's do it.
Actually, I joined because Cal told me to get on, and then he bailed. So
yeah.
But I would like PVK to talk to Cal. I think that would be interesting.
Well, those are two. Yeah, those would be two good ones. Sorry, Jason. What do you want to say?
I was just saying hi because I just kind of hopped on here. Then, I've met everybody else and talked to Chad, Joseph, and you, but I've never actually met.
What channel
Paul
do you usually
Vanderclay.
talk on, Jason?
Well, I had my own channel for a little bit, but it died this last year because you've probably seen my comments. It was just called Almond Tree.
Oh yeah,
so, yeah. So
here's
I've been kind of around, but yeah, I haven't done anything in a while. I've been on Jacob's channel, just trying to do Bible studies with him, but I've just missed so many of them because I've been working 2 jobs. So
he goes deep into the Bible. He basically just reads George MacDonald in the Bible over and over and over and over and over.
It's because I still can't get it.
Which are good choices. But so to relate to this with ritual and forgiveness, Joseph, did you have something else you wanted to say?
I would go back to the ritual conversation. I didn't see exactly where you guys were, but I mean, I don't know. The last thing that Paul said before we all interrupted and jumped on, about, so the whole thing between the relationship between law and ritual and spirit of the law, and there's also like this whole, like the affordances of all these things together, right? Because I was thinking about this a little bit when I was listening to your thing earlier today, Paul. Because a lot of what I find Jewish ritual to do is essentially, it brings, and this is kind of to Johnson's point, It brings together the law and the participation in a way that they actually afford each other and are fully in contact with each other. And what I kind of find lacking sometimes, I think, in the spirit of the law conversations, and is, look, I'm coming at spirit of law from a whole different place. We can acknowledge that. But to me, spirit of the law is can be, and I think I see this because it's more abstract. And it's like trying to like find some like deeper, essential, whatever form. It kind of does what statistics does, right? It becomes like everything gets reduced to like the mean, or like the single like attempt at finding a pattern but then you ignore like all of the things that make it fitted to its actual embedded situation. That because not just, you said the law is like a path, but like part of a path is like being able to walk on the path. And if you just give someone a map, it's not the path, and this is the whole point, right? Those conversations. But there's also something that's this is not just a propositional problem. I think this is just as much a procedural thing. Because when ritual becomes like, oh, the point of the ritual is the ritual itself, or the point of the ritual, you sometimes see this actually with symbolic thinking a lot. I see this in Kabbalah. I see this sometimes in some of the Eastern Orthodox stuff I've been exposed to at this point, where like even the procedural can kind of become this kind of very reduced, abstracted form. And this is right where this is the whole like that meme where you get like the thing that represents the thing is no longer the thing, and it keeps getting more abstract until it becomes
Beauregard strawberries.
Exactly.
Which I learned from Wokel, which almond tree kind of looks like. And I'm getting, because of the way the discussion is going, I'm getting this clip from, I think it was an episode with him and Lindsay and Boyce.
Yes.
But Boyce goes into the recycle tree, and I think that we're hitting the 2 points of that and not the third, of like from ideation or from material to ideation to law, and then back into material where it's a spiral that way.
Potentially, I saw that, but it's been a while.
Because we're going like from ideation into law, right?
Right.
And then what we're losing on the way.
I'm not sure.
So then we have to hit back to what actually is once we get lost in the way of just the law. And
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm going that way, because to me the law isn't the abstract bit. To me, right? Like, so I mean, this could be a Christian Jewish difference type thing too, because the law. Well, one, we don't, right? Like, this is confusing because are you talking about law, or are you talking about Torah, which is translated as law but does not actually mean law, right? And that's part of.
Well,
right,
at the social destruction layer, we're generally talking about, I'd say we're talking about the legislative, secular, like aside from religion laws more than what, but like I would say that the hope of your law is that it runs true through all three cycles, and you treat it as if it does.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's better, but thanks. Anyway.
Well, it has to be true. I mean, the law, the idea, the whatever, it has to be true on every level, or else it becomes divorce. It's no longer symbolic. It's no longer religion. It's no longer actually uniting these things. Like Peter Rollins in a recent episode spoke of money, and he said this is where, like, if you get to the place where you pursue a lot of money, but it's almost to the point where, like, say like a millionaire dies in an empty apartment on a mattress because he's so scared to abstract the money, because it just becomes about the act. It becomes about the accumulation of wealth. And so he said technically that becomes a religion, because you're actually concerned with an abstract, divorced, separate thing. You don't actually care about the money, which is just meant to buy you things. You're actually not even a materialist. You're actually a religious, abstracted person, but either way you've divorced those things. And the whole thing is like those two things always have to be united, which has always been my critique of confessionalism and why a creed isn't, because it's really like, if you go on the OCA website, it says the symbol of the faith. It's these ideas cannot be abstracted from their embodied reality, or else the law becomes the not law, which is why St. Paul says in 1 Timothy, one of my favorite verses, the law is just if you use it lawfully. Adverbs.
Yes, exactly.
Your turn, Paul. Your turn.
Well, I've just, it's, part of the blessing of the corner has been that, when I talk to Yosef or Jacob, and the sense I get of how they handle the law and what that means to them is, I get a very different sense than, I think Christians have been deeply influenced, obviously, by Paul of Tarsus in terms of what he does with the law in Romans and in the New Testament. And even Christians who this is where it gets into ritual and multiple generations, Christians who can't necessarily articulate or even sort of develop a theory of law based on Paul still have this stance towards it, inherited, especially in Protestantism, through Luther, who really, shakes things up. And then Calvin sort of pulls it back a bit with the third use of the law. But then when I listen to the Jews sort of work through this, it's like, wow, this is, I'm not always sure we're talking about the same thing, even if we're using the same word.
Yes. Have you read? I know I've asked you this, but it's been a while. Maybe you've read it since, and maybe you haven't. Maybe I should send it to you. Christina Hayes, "What's Divine About Divine Law?"
No, I haven't read it.
Okay, an X1. Honestly, it's better than her biblical series. Even I think it's her best work. She goes through the Tanakh conception of law, or at least First Temple period, let's say, and earlier conception of law. Somewhat ancient Near East, but mostly just Jewish, or whatever you want to call it, Israelite, whatever. She then goes through and there's a couple schools within that she kind of tries to pick apart, but for the most part, it's pretty convergent. She goes through a dozen different Greek schools of thought on how law works: natural law, divine law, etc., positivist law. And then she does rabbinic law, and then she does Pauline conceptions, and she separates these 4 layers and and Paul really, and I think she makes a very good argument for this, that Paul's conception of law is very rooted in essentially a mixture of 2 or 3 of the Greek schools, and much less Jewish. And this ties into the Paul within Judaism version that Boyarin argues, that he's a Hellenistic Jew, he's not a Pharisaic Jew. And that his understanding of law and how he uses it, at least to talk to his audiences, is totally Greek. And what the implications of that are for the kind of the divergence between the two. So yeah, no, really worthwhile.
I might have a really dumb question. How are we using law right now? Because to me, my mind would think, I would think of just almost go back to Genesis 1. You eat this fruit, you'll die. I wouldn't know how else to conceive of law. Isn't that the first law?
Well, is it? Did they die?
Well, that's the whole thing. Because I would think the law could be any law you make. It's not, obviously not arbitrary.
You guys ran back to Genesis, and you're doing fancy things there, but you're gonna have to spell it out for us, the rest of us, if you want us to keep up.
Well, Jason has follow him. He usually goes good places.
Well, the reason I was wondering, because because every country has different laws, every religious group has different laws, every identity has different laws. But if you're just going back, so you could kind of make up any law you want to. I'm not saying it's arbitrary, but God could any Genesis 1. But he said, you eat this fruit, you'll die, which seems if I want to, if I'm just anybody reading the Bible, it'd be it seems like people don't complain about that enough. It's why would God say this? That seems like such a strange thing to say, don't eat of this fruit. It's a knowledge of good and evil, so I get all the symbolic stuff incorporated in it. But that is law, right? That's making laws, knowing good and evil. So you're going to establish laws that this is evil, and God is the judge, and He gives that, and so that just seems like the first law. So then, I don't know how to use that term law. Sorry, go ahead, Chad.
We have 3 people wanting to respond, or 4.
Chad, we haven't heard from in quite some time.
Yeah.
Let's let him go.
Well, I was thinking about this. I think it's along the same lines, Jason. It's like what happens when an NPC gets a hold of a law is he's really practicing a prejudice rather than a principle. And what I mean by that is, so my understanding of prejudice is having an opinion about something, one that's not rooted in actual fact or experience. And like that's kind of goes to Luke's confessional issue there. I mean, we just like we that so like the NPC that they're like uh, ends up operating like let's say Eve. Eve was kind of an NPC, right? And then she's like, well, is that true? And then she acts and makes this sacrifice or this terrible move, and now she has experience with it. So now she has an experience. Now we are like taking this story and using it to form all sorts of different laws. I don't know if that's making damn sense, but it's making sense to me.
You've
But I just
made a disturbing amount of heresy, like enough to make me uncomfortable with the way you're speaking of the mother of all creation, or at least mother of us,
well,
theoretically.
the
But
point
the
is
whole
the
tree thing,
prejudice thing
that
because
I gotta swing back by the tree thing that Jason brought up. Like, surely die.
Well, here's
Our,
where the Hebrew gets
it
complicated.
feels like we're not dead yet, but that doesn't.
everybody dies.
But God doesn't seem to be here, and so it's like we're separated from Him. Maybe we are in death right now, um, still dying, still surely dying from the apple.
Amen.
I don't
I'd
know. This
agree
is
with
all
that.
heavy. I'm out. Love you guys. Oh wait, card
You,
for the
Grim.
show. Oh,
Uh,
go figure.
So, one of the things I want to throw in, Joseph, and see how you think about this. I was thinking about this recently too, is that we have a very, I mean, particularly in my experience in the West, and there's a big difference between Roman Catholic, Latin Christianity, and Eastern Christianity, is law is characterized as very judicial, legal. I mean, that's part of the whole Cartesian split. It's like this abstract idea thing that's separate from all of the symbolic instantiation of what that reality is. And so, like, when you break a law, I would say in an orthodox mindset, like eat of this tree and you will surely die. That law isn't. It's not an abstract morality thing in and of itself. It's saying if you do this thing, this is the consequence of what will flow out of that into your life. But I think the interesting thing about Christianity, Jason, is that there's almost a way within Christianity that I would say is you have to voluntarily enter into the consequence of Adam and Eve, a la Christ, in order to have the fullness of knowledge and the fulfillment of creation. That's the whole trampling down death by death. And so death, the curse, becomes the gateway to life. And that's how Christ has reconciled all things to himself in his death, in your death.
So I think I do make two. So one, there's some similarities there. There's a general, I'd say, biblical principle. The rabbis kind of make it explicit that the cure is always in the disease. So that is kind of what you just said at the end there, which is also part of what influences kind of how I approach technology in the Holy Eye discussion.
Yeah, same.
I think another part of this though is I would take some of that kind of natural law view of the initial command of don't eat from this tree or you'll die. And here's the problem: is there's a bit of a Hebrew grammatical construct issue here, because all the other laws where it says if you do this you'll die, or it's an active grammar, and here it's passive. So I actually don't think that this is a great paradigm of all law, because here it does seem to be more natural, whereas the other ones actually seem to be more positivist, so like something that actively has to be brought about by God or somebody or whatever. I think so, and I think this is an important differentiation because there's a very good argument. So what Christine Hayes will get into is the big debate over natural law versus other versions of the law. And the Greeks, for the most part, are very influenced by natural law, much more so than Judaism is. There really isn't so much evidence of natural law kind of in the First Temple or earlier periods and how to read these texts. But what you see in the rabbinic period is they actually start making, Paul and the rabbis both kind of grapple along different lines in this area. Obviously, Paul in Romans and other places. The rabbis, kind of the best way to see this is in the Noahide law discussion in the Babylonian Talmud, where they essentially say that natural law is essentially Noahide law and Adamic law or whatever, but it's not Sinaitic, Mosaic, whatever law. That's positivist law. Is kind of where they draw the difference. But they're not. The Babylonian Talmud is kind of is obviously very authoritative for us. Maimonides, though, does not read it that way. He actually reads it as none of this is natural law, and he pushes back even harder against the natural law framing. So, in the sense of if you do this, you'll die. Like if you touch a hot pan, you'll get burned, right? Like that's all we're talking about here. If you eat this fruit, then it's like poisonous, or it will bring death into your life. But one of the ways that's like very easy to see this is Adam is not commanded about not taking of the tree of life. It has no effect, it seems, or no temptation or no meaning for him earlier. And it's only after this moment where the tree of life actually seems to have value to man that he has to be removed from the garden such that he won't take from it. And there's an interesting point here, because to what Luke was saying, if you take our reading of the tree of life, especially how it's then used later in Psalms, the Torah and the tree of life are seen as equivalents. And there's kind of one could read this as like without man being cast out of the garden, the Torah never has to actually be given to man. Like it's still the blueprint of creation. It still is this whole logos thing. That is the wisdom and the thing that structures reality or whatever, but it doesn't have to ever be given to man, and man never has to take it without before eating, or not eating, that's the wrong thing, before the whole thing with the fruit. To what Chad was saying, I've definitely would push back. I think Grimm called it straight out heresy. I don't know if I'd do that, but to me, there's so many layers to the sin. It's not really just the eating. I think the big issue, I think I talked about this last time, right, is that Eve, there's three different expressions that she sees the fruit as good. Right. It looks good to eat. Right. She says one of the words is very propositional. It's like her, she cognized that it was good. And then there's another one where she sees it's good, it's perceptual. And the third one is she imagines the taste of it, I think. And so she has these like three kind of different layers of things that all kind of, she seems to already have knowledge or be mixing the knowledge of good and evil, whatever it is. She's already seems to be there. She already seems to have some sort of, so this is what people say, oh, this is where they get free will, or this is where they like add emotional reasoning on top of moral reasoning, whatever it is. Those arguments kind of fall flat to me, because I see this whole thing happening where she's already doing things before she even eats of the fruit. And it's almost more in the entire embodied act of using all of her senses and kind of what she thinks the spirit of the law is, what she thinks, like, right, all that gets processed here and it fails, right? She thinks the spirit of the law has something clearly, right? She thinks you can't touch it, and like why she thinks that's a whole discussion, but that's not part of the command initially. So maybe that's really Adam's understanding the spirit of the law, or how to protect the law better procedurally. And then I think that, right, that's one part of the sin. There's this whole, then there's the actual eating, the disobeying part. But then there's this whole, the aftermath, which actually has a whole bunch of other layers, right? The hiding, the attempting to kind of lie to God, the not taking responsibility, right? There's like all of these layers. I was reading something, like we reread Genesis this past Sabbath as the yearly cycle. And so it's like very fresh in my mind. So I happened to be reading a bunch of stuff on this, and a very, very short piece. This book I happened to pick up last year, and I haven't finished yet, but I'm just going by the cycle of the readings. So he said something that I never like dawned on me exactly, and not at least directly, which was, it's right after Adam is given the command or warning or whatever you want to call this law of not eating, it's literally the verse after that God says man needs what do you want to call it, an oppositional processing partner. And it is not good for man to be alone. He needs an opponent processing partner, to use our phrases from here. And like, was the purpose of Eve initially to help him keep that command? Was she kind of the make or break kind of lever here, right? Where she could kind of push history into the two directions. And it kind of gives her much more of a role, and it focuses on her, I think, in an interesting way. There's also this like crazy midrash I've heard where Adam chose to eat the fruit so that Eve would not be alone.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Which is like, yeah.
Jason, does that mean that I wish myself a curse for the sake of my brethren?
Yeah, it sounds similar. Yeah. Yep.
In my adult Sunday school class, which we're going to be doing estuary in January in that time slot, and I'm thinking about ways that I can keep that class going. I probably can't do it in real space, but I could probably do it online, which would be very interesting. I'm trying to think about how exactly I want to do that. But in my adult Sunday school class, I've been working sort of, and it sounds analogous. So I put the sample for Christine Hayes's book in Kindle. It's nice because you can just kind of click the sample and I can start reading it. And if I really get into it, then I can buy it. But the immediate and mediated law is sort of number one and number two. And you see this contrast in a sense with Romans 1 with Paul, where the Greeks, it just says the Greeks don't have the Torah. And so all they are working from is, they're working from their ignorance. They're just watching cause and effect. They know some things of God, but it's all cause and effect, and they're a mess. And then he wrestles with the story of Israel, and they were given the law, but they're rebellious. And so they wrestle with their heart. And so then, of course, Romans 3, everyone's a mess, whether. And so, but the law number one and law number two, I sort of contrast that with my God number one and God number two. I don't do that in my Sunday school class because they don't hear the God number one, God number two stuff. But the God number one is sort of the immediate. It's consequence. In my Sunday school class, I use the hot stove. The child will learn not to touch the stove when the child burns their hand. The mediated law has the mother that comes and says, "Don't touch the stove." And someone's got some. Is that it? Okay. So I'm really interested in what Christine Hayes has to say, because of course, what happens with words, generally speaking, as they go through time, is they become so much more differentiated. And like when you say law, that word law carries so much freight with us now. And part of the difference is, of course, that for the Mosaic Code, this was in many ways analogous for us to the civil law that we have, let's say, in the United States of America. And a great example of this is adultery. If you commit adultery with your neighbor's wife in the United States of America, you're not going to go to court or be put in jail for committing adultery. The Mosaic Code, of course, was a legal code. And so this word law is so differentiated. And we have this separation in the United States of church and state. So there you have canon law. Of course, Father Eric is spending his time becoming a canon lawyer for the Roman Catholic Church. But how we live with that reality in the United States is like, well, the Roman Catholic Church can decide whatever the heck they want about whatever the heck they want. That's an entirely different sphere, in a sense, an entirely different arena than this legal code that we share in the United States. And of course, what you find in, let's say, I've been fascinated, and hopefully Chezi can jump in here. I've been just absolutely fascinated by Israel today in that, oh gosh, you know, when he's talking about bacon, what does the modern state of Israel do with bacon? And now I think for a lot of Americans, this just blows our mind. The video I was going to do right now was this little bit of work on Louise Perry talking to this sex worker who's about, you know, well, what should our cultural norms be with respect to sex? Well, obviously, you can read in the book of Leviticus, there are laws regarding sex. America has laws regarding sex. The Catholic Church has laws. The Orthodox Church has laws. The Christian Reformed Church has laws. Most people sort of live. The only law they're living under tends to be the law of the nation state within which they reside. And then whatever moral code. But again, you see this idea of law as just multiplying. And okay, which law are we talking about?
Right. But I think, so when I first was listening to Peugeot, and I discovered him after probably everyone else, like of the main speakers in TLC, because he had the least appeal to me. And if you've ever seen stuff on my channel, like, which is also not very active, almost everything I do is essentially a response to him because he just gets under my skin. And part of it is, yeah, no kidding. And part of it is,
wow, I want to see you talk to Peugeot now.
I would love to talk. I mean, I don't think that'll ever happen, but he does. I mean, and part of it is because we operate in different symbolic worlds. As you know, he's going to claim his is fully biblical, but I'm telling you, we operate very different. There's Kazi, who's a much bigger fan of the Peugeot brothers than I am. But the other thing is, like, for us, and gets to what Luke was saying, like, the law, the spirit of the law and the law can't really be divorced, because otherwise the law becomes anti-law. Like, but to put that into like real concrete terms, like for us, this is all, like, our symbolic world is not a symbolic world. It's like it's a fully immersive thing, and it has the law layer and the symbolic layer and everything. But it's all of it, everything, everywhere, all at once, right? It's that, and there's nothing beyond it. There's no way to carve off a separate sphere. There's no. Now we can talk about Judaism's had to grapple with the modern world, and in some ways, you know, modern Orthodoxy especially, but also all the movements and Judaism has done this to different degrees. But part of it is, right, I was talking to this guy on Jacob's server, and he's an Eastern Orthodox convert, and we were talking about carrying on the Sabbath, and he said something along the lines of, oh, well, you know, it's not practical, like, for me to, like, live in walking distance of a church. Like, I converted, and I know I would have to, and like, I don't live near a church. I drive to the church. It's however many miles away. And I said, that's like the difference for us. Like, when you sign up, when you convert, I mean, we don't look for converts, but when you do convert, like, and this is controversial because of the economic kind of implications, but like, we generally, in the US at least, because of the distances, we require converts to live in Jewish communities where they could walk to a synagogue if they're going to convert Orthodox. Because like,
it's part of the religion is more important than the economics. It's
amazing.
What?
Well, the economics are part of it. They're all part of each other. They're fully intertwined. That if you know, and this has led to issues. This has led to issues with people complaining that it's really hard to not be of a certain socioeconomic class and be Jewish in the U.S. because if you're too, like, can you be too poor to actively be able to participate? Like, that's a really big issue. And like, how, and then of course, okay, so we have charities and philanthropy and all those things to try to, but like, is there kind of a baseline problem with kind of, because like how the materialism does play in, even when it is knocked down multiple pegs, it still has to be fully embedded and entwined with everything else. So, and then he was pointing out, well, yeah, but like, I mean, so he said something that I'm sure you won't necessarily agree with, but it was just funny the way he put it, which was, he essentially said, and I'm going to use my words, but Christianity is kind of playing Judaism on easy mode, because if you're going to try to get converts, you can't have really high bars to participation at some level. And if you have really high bars of participation and you require someone to fully immerse themselves and to fully assimilate into a culture, and to give up their past really in a much more complete way and move their house and whatever it is, I mean, that's going to be really hard for a lot of people. You're not going to get the converts. And I think, right, so there's this extra thing, and we can talk about, like, there's different versions of Christianity. Some of them are much more demanding than others, and we can have that whole, I get that. But at some level, as long as the symbolic world or the religious world or spiritual world is cut-offable, and you can say, well, this is one sphere, this is the other sphere, which essentially everyone does after the medieval period, then, like, you know, how can that actually be reconciled?
Here's some fighting words, Yosef.
Yeah.
Fighting words. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, when Phlebas
there
finishes
was someone
reading,
that was
reading the
catechized by
whole,
the
when he finishes reading the whole Talmud and the Mishnah Torah and stuff, we can talk about it, because, you know, it takes me 7.5 years to read through the whole Talmud. So he can feel free, and that's just the discussions. That's not even the propositional part.
There's some stuff Jesus said that comes to mind with all that, you know, like leave everything, follow me, let the dead bury their own dead, the rich young ruler. Anyhow, Jason, Chezi, Paul, what's up? Something. Chezi, what's up?
Gotta hear from Chezi.
Yeah. I'm here just joining the show.
How's life in Israel right now? I'm sure these things change day to day.
They do change day to day. Again, I'm like a chronic optimist. So like I sent it to Yosef, maybe I sent it to someone else. This article that just this interview that went on with this ultra Orthodox representative, and he was saying how since the war he's been getting calls nonstop from the ultra Orthodox asking to enlist into the army, and simply the army saying, like, that's nice that you want to do it like during wartime right now. We don't have time to, you know, train. And we're, thank God, strong enough where it's not like pick up your pitchfork. But, you know, the idea for me is that unfortunately Israel is thrusted back in its biblical pattern, where we have to be reminded, unfortunately, that you know, we if we're divided inside, that's, you know, that's not where the enemy is. And I think the leadership has failed, but the people of Israel have galvanized and have reached new heights, where I'm proud again to see my people, like everyone from every level of society, really all working overtime, all donating blood, just a tremendous amount of charity going around, and it's beautiful. And we need to remind ourselves and look in the mirror and remind ourselves that we as a people know how to act this way, collectively. So I remain optimistic.
So we were talking about ritual, law, and we were talking about how I think, you know, what we mean by this word law is different. And Yosef brought off Christine Hayes's book, which I'm definitely going to check out, because, you know, Phlebas sort of comes up with the, you know, what was sort of catechized in the Christian Reformed Church. And, you know, I think part of catechesis is often, especially of children, is a simplification. And then obviously as you grow and you meet and you learn, it's like, it gets complexified. But again, part of what's fascinated me is the attempt in the state of Israel to intersect these various levels of laws, especially because it's and please correct me if I'm wrong, the modern state of Israel seems to be a pluralistic society, which is also a democracy. And so in so many ways, it's got pieces in so many different conflicting layers of our contemporary world in a very concentrated form within a pressure cooker. I mean, And to me, that's so. When I read Paul, let's say, when Paul talks about the role of Israel through history, that seems to be part of the role of Israel through history, through the eyes of Paul, has always been a microcosm of all of humanity in an intensified form. All of the issues of broader humanity, not all of them in terms of the numerically, but they're sort of concentrated into one story, into one people. And what's amazing about the times today is that's still happening.
So that
all
kind
my
of
folks.
Well, what you just said reminded me of Genesis again, because you were saying the whole identity of humanity gets concentrated into the story of Israel, and that's what I brought it up to. I think Yosef and Hezi before, and I'm not sure if they agreed, but I was saying, and I don't know if I was articulating it right either, but I was saying that it seems to me like Israel, the people who worship the God of Israel, are the people who worship the right God, because Israel was given the name to Jacob when he wrestled with God and man together, and it's that tension of wrestling with God and the image of God in man. And I've personally, in my experience, if I push those things to their furthest limits, like even when I was talking to this Muslim group, which the video is not up anymore. Luke, I think, watched it at one point, but I was asking them, like, well, what happens if you want a oneness with God? Like, how do you even resolve this if you actually believe your own scriptures that the image of God is in man? And if you just keep pushing that, and you keep pushing this idea of theosis, you have to result in something like forgiveness. And they said the same thing. There's an idea where they get to the top of the mountain, and there's this one final leap you have to make before you can become one with God, and that's to forgive everybody you've along the way that you've encountered. And so I don't know, and that relating to Genesis too, because the Genesis thing that just happens to that's the story where you take that tree of good and evil, and maybe this is just a different way of me seeing it, but that's just that fruit of playing judge and playing God and saying I know good and evil is just at some point I feel like everybody does that in their life. And there's a way that's referenced, I think, in Isaiah 14 when it's referring to Lucifer, because it's exalting yourself above the heaven, above even the world that God gave you, because he gave you could even look at the heavens as father, the earth as mother, and when you exalt yourself above that and start saying this is damned, because you can look at earth and be like, hey, we should get rid of this or that, and there's almost a way of just like letting things be as God created them and existing with them. And then I don't know, I go back and forth with this though, because there's also a way like where there are, I think it's in Psalms and in Revelation where it says, I saw thrones and they sat on them. And so God wants to make us gods. He wants to make us judges. He wants to make us lawgivers. But the only way to do that is to be sitting on a throne of mercy. And that's the only, and I know that word's not the right word. Sorry, that's the way it's translated in my Bible. I don't know if it's a throne of Hesed. I'm not sure what it is. But that's the only way I know how to deal with law or truth, is to have it. And I think Jordan Peterson says the same thing. It's just, he'll say truth nestled within love. That's the only way I know how to deal with any truth. Any truth is it has to be like on a of love or something like that. Otherwise, it just ends up burning and consuming and devouring, and then you just end up consuming yourself because you can't escape your own truth. That resolves guilt is forgiveness.
Right, Sam? Well, that's something. So Cal, to pitch again the conversation with Cal and Jason and PDK on forgiveness, is Cal has said to me, he's been thinking a lot about judgment recently, and the verse in the New Testament that talks about what's happening. The verse in the New Testament that talks about the unforgivable sin. And I can't remember who it is. There's someone, Cal heard it somewhere in some podcast, but the guy did a riff on the unforgivable sin being unforgiveness.
That's what it is.
Because that's the one. That's
Yeah.
the one sin that won't allow you to be reconciled with your enemy, with everyone else, is unforgiveness. It traps you in hell. It makes you the opposite of the divine.
Yeah, because there's so many other places in the Gospels where Christ will say this. I mean, he'll say it more specifically. He'll say, "If you don't forgive, then your Father won't forgive you." So I don't know why it wouldn't
Straight
be
up.
something else. Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
And even in the Psalms, what does it say? Psalm 18, I think it says, which I don't. God is merciful with those who show mercy, or something, or He shows mercy to those who have mercy, or something like that. There's this. Yeah, and to me, that's what Paul, like that. Even Paul is getting at in Romans 11, which that's honestly it's reading the scriptures is what caused me to become more of a universalist. It was Romans 11 along with Ezekiel 16 that just I can't escape them, and some certain words of Christ. But I mean, because I just can't really escape the thought now of that God would have mercy on all through the mercy shown us. Because I don't think we can escape our own hypocrisy. And then when you can't do that, you cannot find a place where you would not have mercy on someone else.
Well, except
Ready?
Well,
1, 2, 3.
you can.
Universalism.
You can, but I mean, like that's what I mean.
Implicit in that is that there are those who don't show mercy, and therefore mercy is not shown them. I mean, it's right there.
But here's the thing: I don't know that you can do that and be. Oh, gosh, I don't know the right. I shouldn't say not Christian, but if you're really taking the words,
because then you're back in the same trap.
Those darn reprobate non-universalists.
The reason I say this is because Christ, the words of Christ were that He did not come to call the righteous but sinners to repentance. And so, if you are the chief of all sinners, if you actually view yourself as that,
what if I'm not the chief of all sinners and those others deserve to burn?
Exactly.
Then I still have a hell that I'm inhabiting.
Then put them down there and burn them. Then you got one more stepping stone on your way to heaven. But if you're at the bottom, if you truly are the chief of all sinners, if you are the lowest, then you always find forgiveness for someone. But I think if you don't, I really think that's gonna haunt you, because like whatever one is, he has been named already, and it is known that he is Adam, he is man. So I don't think you can escape this universal history, and I think that's gonna just I don't know how it wouldn't. It would haunt me, at least.
I think very much this is where like the Jesus coming for the worst of sinners and St. Paul saying, I wish I were accursed for the sake of my brethren. Like, unless you take that as a hollow platitude, like, did he mean it? I think that's very Christian. That's a very Christian thing. It's a very Jesus-y thing that St. Paul said. He meant it. He said, I will go to hell for my brothers, for the people who don't see this.
There's plenty of people that want to send him there, including someone in our little corner that loves to deride him.
Yeah,
but I've been really moved.
He might be Paul in a past life one time.
I've been really moved going through 10 and 11, especially with all the events going on in Israel right now.
Yeah, that that's a weird synchronicity.
For me, at least.
Yes.
And I did I bring it here? It's just an amazing thing to me. It's a sign Israel remains. I mean, the fact that Israel and the Jews, or whatever nomenclature we wish to use, still in some ways sit in such a central part of human history today. It's just even for an Amil like myself, it's a fascinating thing. And again, I find this story working out in Israel right now. I think, Yosef, in terms of what I was thinking of, the fact that the tensions within Israel now between the religiously observant and the secularists are, I mean, that is in some ways where the difference over in my lifetime where things have come. Religion is religion viewed from a secular perspective is once again such a live option. I was watching Molly Worthen's conversation on Seen and Unseen this morning with Justin Brierley. And again, just watching people come to faith that shouldn't come to faith. That she has all the academics, she has all the smart. She was raised in a secular household. Why on earth should she become a Southern Baptist in North Carolina? And you look at even just someone like Jacob and his story, and then to see the modern state of Israel wrestling with these issues today, it just blows me away.
I think that Israel really needs to. I'll go back to that tension you're talking about. I think that tension is really the core of it, and I don't know if the religious are really as religious as they claim they are, and the secular as secular as they claim they are. And I think they're all using we're using the wrong the wrong jargon today. And I think the meaning crisis is an offshoot of that as well, where there's like a requirement to go back and reread and re-examine. And ultimately John Vervaeke's, his religion that's not a religion, and he's working, that thing out. But I have a religion that's a religion. And again, to me, it's haunting, because I do think when I think of this like maybe I mentioned this in the past when we last spoke about how this Talmud portion that talks about how God comes to Jeroboam and tells him that come with me into the Garden of Eden, and we'll walk together holding hands with the son of David. And this is supposed to be the representatives of both Messiah ben Yosef and Messiah ben David. And he asks who's in front, and he says son of David. So he says, I'm not interested. And I think we're still the secular Israel that Jacob has a very hard time with, Zionism as he calls it. I think that is still Jeroboam holding on, and I think they're scared, like you just said, about this balance of, does religious Israel mean like people are now all keeping the 613, and there's like a high court that's going into people's houses and making sure? I don't envision it that way. I don't think, and I think there's enough sources to also say that that's not what we have envisioned for us. But I think the Israeli people also want it. They want it in a different language. They want to feel that it's not coerced. They want to pick it. They want to choose it. And I think it also requires, and it's painful, it requires also the religious Jews to remove an exoskeleton from them and emerge new. And it's a different version of secularism, and it's a different version of Judaism. And you could say that, these were failed attempts, or they were honest attempts, whether it's reform or conservative, but it wasn't because, the geometry is off. There wasn't enough people. It wasn't in the country. There's many different versions to this. But I think when moments like this happen, again, we have to look inward. So when I look at the response, if the Israeli response was not to crumble from inside, again, I'm putting aside the leadership. If the people all rose up to the plate, that to me that's why the Babylonians are gone and the Greeks are gone and the Romans are gone, because it's everlasting. And we have yet to, while I don't think the light unto the nations is that we, invented like the cherry tomato or the disc on key. That's not great, but that's not our story.
What about falafel?
And falafel.
Who invented falafel, though?
Who invented falafel?
They need some credit for that idea.
It is pretty good and fairly healthy. But Yeah, I think all of us, I mean, when I talk religious folk, we always have to be checking our orientation. And I think what happens in Israel, to me, is a wake-up call again. As individuals and as a nation, we have to orient properly.
And to be fair, like, given how the Israeli rabbinate especially has kind of played out in Israel, especially in the past 30, 40 years, but even for the whole time, right, has been whether secular Israelis can really trust it to have Chazi's vision. I wouldn't. I don't think that. I mean, overall, I do not think that's the average kind of understanding and framing that I get from my interactions with the rabbinate, which is much less obviously than someone who lives there. But do we like what? Again, this is part of the whole art thing. When Messiah comes, one of the big parts is that the Sanhedrin gets restored, because it has to actually be a body of 70 leaders that people can respect enough and trust enough to kind of work together and have a joint kind of work out a joint religious vision. And the current Israeli rabbinate is not a Sanhedrin. It's not even close to a Sanhedrin. And like, people laugh when you talk about, like, okay, who would be the 70 guys on this thing? Like, yes, there was an attempt in the early 2000s at creating a Sanhedrin. Napoleon tried to create a Sanhedrin. It's a great weird bit of Jewish history, but like, how would you pick these 70 guys? And are there any that really would have enough consensus? And occasionally there's someone, maybe you can think of one guy or two guys. I mean, so like that happens. And when they tried to reconstitute it 20 years ago, they tried to come up with a list. And it was, I mean, and even though they found, for the most part, really good people, like, they could not then get people to actually listen and follow them at all. So it didn't even matter, even when they did try to get these types of guys. And there's this weird trade-off there between the types of people that are open and kind and whatever, compassionate, gracious enough, and the type of people who actually like are able to inspire people and hold like power are not necessarily the same traits. And I mean, right, that's complicated. Imagine if you had to find 70 Jesuses, right? 70 people to kind of not fight the Romans and be messiahs, but all work together. I don't know how to give you a better metaphor than kind of listening to your conversations on this before, but that's kind of what we're trying to aim at here.
Yosef, I would say though, and I think maybe this will connect a little more with what Paul was specifically talking about, like on the ground with regards to policy. I forwarded to Yosef this list from the rabbinate with regards to the war that's going on right now. And they had to write out or spell out, basically, as Plebis was saying, they had to spell out that, okay, now that we're in war times, a soldier that is in combat, doesn't have to observe, general terms right now, does not have to observe the Shabbat, and he shouldn't, and like, he should be taking his car and driving and using his phone, all to save lives. That's amazing. Now, there are people, there's military support, that's not on the ground fighting right now. They should try to observe the Shabbat, but if for some reason something comes up, they should immediately drop that and they don't have to observe the Shabbat anymore. And there's a whole list of things showing how, like, anyone that is religious now needs to tweak his life. However, seemingly they were using, in some cases, the more, let's say, lenient interpretation, so that the soldiers should have the most amount of flexibility. This to me, I hear an echo, but why is it my echo? Is it gone? Yeah. This to me is the rabbinate. If you're looking from a micro perspective, it's a fail. If you're looking from a macro perspective, obviously it's miraculous, because we never, like, who thought we would have something like that again? When I'm looking from the macro perspective and I'm looking at these things like this happening, like this war, this is again an opportunity for the man and the hour to meet. And I think that's the kind of leadership that ultimately comes. Like when we have this great sage, Rav Yochanan ben Zakkai, when the temple is getting destroyed, he's not making a quorum together. He decides, he goes to the Romans and tells me, I want the wisest of men, and I want I want to move the whole center of Jewish thought into this other town called Yavne. And that changes Judaism forever. But that's a move he decides. No one voted on that. And I think that seeing them send out this list to me was, and Yosef said, like, it's sort of like, I'm happy they're sending it out, but it should be sort of like obvious that, like, this is what they should be doing. And these are global wake-up calls, whether it's COVID, whether it's a meaning crisis, whether it's something like this that has to happen, and let the leadership know you are not connecting to the people. And you could see that on the ground level, all these soldiers, and this is interesting because there is a general, a very highly decorated general, that has basically been completely sidelined because he mentioned Hero Israel. He said the Shema basically in a preparation for a battle. If you look at the Israeli soldiers now in every video, they're all singing and dancing, using biblical terms, singing, praising God. We're going in. There's news anchors saying that God's armies are coming. This is a secular country, and they're all using very, very biblical and religious terms. So I don't know. It's moments like this that really, I think, shape certain people. The 6-Day War made my grandfather decide tell his congregation, like, can't you hear Mother Rachel calling? And, like, I'm leaving, and my family's moving, and that's happening. So I think, I don't know, this might even be more influential than like the 6-Day War, or like, it's so shocking to the core where again, like, it's in biblical scale. So I think here you could even see a response from the rabbinate, which is trying to in real time bring in how the Torah would deal with this war. And that's really built into the system.
Maybe.
What should Israel do?
Like with the war?
Yeah. I guess
what they have done. They've been pushing off this deadline of when they're going to attack, giving more and more time for the refugees to move. They've been still sending letters saying, move, leave, go.
I presume that the leaders of Hamas have also gotten these letters and might have acted accordingly.
Yeah, leaders of Hamas today have told them to ignore the letters, go back to your homes. This way it will be harder for the army to find us. So, it's obviously, it's nuts. What do I think we do? We need to go in there and we need to obviously completely eliminate the threat. That's what the country needs to do. Otherwise, it won't survive. Both because those people will still come back, and second of all, because we live in the Middle East, and if you smell weakness, then our enemies will attack. And peace deals are that could change like this. On the other side, though, and unfortunately, I understand the sentiment in Israel that we're sort of not interested and no one wants to talk about this, and everyone's like thirsty for like some sort of retribution. There's no conversation. Like, it's sad because I know it's too much to ask from them right now, but like, they are our cousins, and they're not going anywhere. So there has to be some sort of conversation how this looks after. And
you can never completely eliminate a threat. I feel like that was one of America's mistakes too. Like Peugeot will talk about, you can never completely get rid of the fringe. It gets exponentially harder the closer you get to getting completely rid of something, to get rid of the last little bit. And I worry that Israel's going to get in a situation where it has no clear, termination condition on its objective. And okay, we want retribution. How much counts as satisfactory retribution? Okay, how much of a diminishment of Hamas counts as the elimination of the threat? Okay, how much violence would that take? And then how much hatred does that engender in the next generation of Palestinians? And in which case, how much threat have you even really reduced? And I mean, I'm not saying Israel shouldn't do anything, I think there's a clear consensus of unity, and we need to do something in Israel than there's been in a long time. But that can also be very dangerous.
Absolutely. It's definitely been one of the harder parts here. I mean, Israel, obviously it's much, the level of kind of trauma and pain that Israel is going through right now is we have a shadow of that here. But it's hard because like things like retribution or vengeance is like and they're using very biblical language, given that there definitely are, but sometimes it's going into territory where like I'm very uncomfortable. And where's some of the calls from religious leaders too, but also from secular leaders using sometimes religious language, or just secular leaders using the secular language, has been. And look, it's really hard. Like, how do you talk to people? I mean, right? You're in the middle of a war, in the middle of this isn't right. So multiple people pointing out this is not PTSD. These are people currently undergoing the trauma, and trauma does a lot of things. I mean, right? The way it narrows your perspective, and you become very focused. In some ways, it's good, but it also makes you blind to certain things. And regulating emotions kind of goes out the window. And how do you can't have a rational conversation about what are those limits that Sam's bringing up so easily, especially kind of at a scale where there's mass formation and all this type of thinking going on at this level. And how do you have and in part this is in theory why doing religion day in and day out as a habit, and training your mind and training your whatever, the way you think, the way you feel, helps when you encounter these situations. For me, this is where all that kind of when the rubber hits the road, this is where you want to have all those skills trained in, just like you're a fighter pilot, just like you're any of the soldiers, right? You want to have the skills in you, so as soon as you're really in trouble, that's how you react to things. But sometimes one, that gets overridden to some degree or another, and two, I don't know if are people, you just said you're not really seeing so much of this conversation. Where are it's great they're united, but if everyone's united in some sort of mob rage, that's not good. And
you can always just turn off the water tap, wait a week or two, and just roll the tanks to the Mediterranean Sea.
In theory, well, that's. I mean,
no one's calling for that. So then, what is it short of that is?
No, you have a lot of Israelis calling for no. I would say that no one in Israel wants the death of innocent Palestinians. Having said that, they're all listen, at this point, England had Dresden, people had Hiroshima. No one wants that. This is called war, and it's also happening at the backdrop of we said never again. What if Israel had its army during the Holocaust? Would people be no, saying this is Nazi acts, what they did? It's horror. It really is horrifying what they did. Now they're saying obviously we can't be proportionate, right? No one's saying they want us to go find babies, slit their heads, kill burn house. No one wants us to do that, but that would be proportionate. So I'm asking also Yosef, as a religious person, right, using your religious lens, what do you think God is expecting from you or from us in response to this? And the question is, at some point you have to realize there is a conversation we're supposed to be having. We're supposed to be wrestling. Abraham is wrestling, right? And Abraham is privy to the conversation that God is having with the three angels, right? Abraham is still there, and he happens to be seeing this conversation or hearing this conversation God is having with the angels. He wasn't even invited. It was
that's the Trinity. It's not three angels, but anyway.
Right. I'm so sorry. I always get confused. Those Jews. I don't know if it's are we supposed to raise is it turning the other cheek? Is that the response right over here? Is there some sort of mass turning the other cheek that needs to be happening over here, or is there a recognition that we are living in a certain world, and this certain world has rules, and there's combatants, and there's people around, and people do die, and it's hard for us to justify an act like that, obviously. But there can't. And I'm thinking about Amalek, and again, has nothing to do with the Palestinian peoples. Okay, 30 to 60% of them are from Jewish descent, and they're my cousins, and I hope to be standing with them at the temple. Having said that, Amalek forever. We think like, this is just an idea. It's just in our hearts. Since the Nazis, it's hard for us. No, it pops its head up again. That kind of evil exists where they'll just murder and kill everything. And the world needs to have a response to that. And I think as Jewish people with this at our doorstep, we specifically need to have a response to that. And now more than ever, when I pray for one of the prayers are to give that God grants us wisdom. So granting wisdom to all the leadership. So I can't.
Look,
I don't know what
we're not a pacifistic religion the way that, let's say, parts of Anabaptist Christianity are, or even, let's say, early Christianity is, like Sam's been discussing a little bit in the server lately. And one, I mean, we have the death penalty in Jewish law, right? I mean, let's go back to, for you'll surely die, but maybe not the garden. Let's pick any of the other capital case punishment, right? Where we have extremely high standards for that to happen, to the point where, you say it happened every 7 years or 70 years, but capital cases were rarely ruled guilty and worthy of capital punishment, right? And what happens when a capital punishment has to happen? The Sanhedrin has to fast, and they have to spend the day in prayer during that day, because it's a very serious thing to take a life. And I'm not saying, I'm not seeing a cheapening of life on the Israeli side for the most part. I mean, I don't think that's where they're going. And I know for all of the things that have happened, the IDF's ethical code for its soldiers is unbelievably rigorous compared to other militaries. And I do have some faith in that, though I don't think everyone's going to perfectly abide by it, because humans are humans. But and I think, and it's great. A lot of these, we have rules of war. We have Jewish rules of war. We have not just secular Israeli rules of war, but Jewish rules of war. And I think, right, there's a certain, I'm not saying, you don't fight and you defend. So we have self-defense. We have all these principles. We've been thinking and working through these principles for a long time. It's true, we haven't wrestled with them in the real world as much as some other civilizations, because lots of rules against us fighting for various reasons. But that's sometimes we ignore that we actually do have quite a bit on this stuff in real world applications. I mean, medieval Spanish Jews had weapons. Then there's rules about them. There's rules about sieges. Maimonides has an entire chapter about the siege warfare, right? And it's not just rules, because here's where, right? This is where I said it was obvious, and why I was kind of disappointed by the thing about the Sabbath thing. Is this gets to the beginning of my conversation with Luke and Paul, and the kind of the letter and the spirit of the law are always for us need to be fully combined. And if you have religious people who don't know that it's obvious, that the rabbinate has to tell them that these are the rules, then to me that's highlighting the disconnect between the worlds, and not oh, it's amazing that all these things are happening and they can do this in the past, right? And that there's been a failure. And yes, I mean, absolutely, a huge failure in Jewish education, in religious circles and in non-religious circles, right? And yeah, I mean, I described it the other day, is that my primary feeling this week has not been disappointment or anger with God. I'm much more disappointed with humans, and especially with us. I mean, us. So I'm using us here as not necessarily, I mean, Hamas I expected from. I get it. But these types of things highlight how I failed, my community's failed, how religious Jews have failed, how Judaism has failed, but also, yeah, how the Western world has failed, liberalism has failed, To some extent, humanity as a whole has failed. Right? It's all these concentric circles. And then there's all, I mean, and we can point and say, but it's not, this isn't about passing blame, because as I said, I started it. There's something, so in Chezi, when you ask, what should I be doing in this moment? That is the question of the hour. Because that is exactly, and part of that is because I'm here and I'm not there. If I was there, I'd probably be fighting or whatever it is.
But, even soldiers are fighting. This is the command they were given, and I take no offense from Anselman over here in the comments. It's all good. But I asked someone like him, right? Like I'm Jordan Peterson's concentration camp guard. Okay, at least we're both wearing suits. We're very stylish. I ask someone like that, right? And I'm also asking you, like, yeah, they're innocent. We shouldn't kill them. But there's a missile coming out of the kitchen. So what am I doing about that kitchen, though? What am I doing about that kitchen? And if I give you a general number of, you're right, Israel, after 5,000 deaths, they should stop. So wait, so baby number 4,889, it's okay to kill him, but baby, like, and it's coming to my house. The missile's coming to, I have to stop it. And I'll go even more extreme. You know what? We're not going to go into Gaza. Okay. And this also goes to you, Sam. I'm not going to go into Gaza. Instead, I'm going to give you the Temple Mount. It's yours. Okay. I'm removing my army back. It's one state. I'm getting rid of all the laws that you don't like. You know what? Hallelujah. The day is over here. Okay. At what point are you, like, now that happens and we see there isn't peace and they try to now there's more intense pogroms. At what point can I shoot back? And then, like, is it in my house? And if I shoot him, but your bullet, when he killed the murderer, it also killed this kid. Like, at what point am I allowed to be like, stop, right? No one wanted us. They try to get rid of us. Here's your land. Take your land. We said, here's a deal. They said no. Here's a deal. They said no. And again, it's sad that you need to preface this because, like, but apparently, and I'm not blaming Ansel, man, like, yet I still sound to him like the bad man. And I want peace. Have a Palestinian prime minister. It's all good. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. It sounds like a trope, but like if we laid down our guns, we would be dead. And if they laid down their guns, there would be peace. Those just are the facts. And if that's the case, Yosef, then, like, and what do you want to do? If you said, like, if I was Israel, then I would be fighting. Then, like, okay, so that's what you want to do. And you want to be fighting because you're like, I'm defending myself. No one wants death. And you hear, like, reporters talking about it. Like, is it proportionate, not proportionate? It's been taking too long. You turned off the water. What do these things even mean? We're still killing people, right? There's murders going on. But that's only because think of where we could all be if we're spending the time instead of making what we just did right now. We just showed the world our new lasers that cost nothing for us to use to shoot the rockets out of the sky. It's literally science fiction. No more Iron Dome. We're using these lasers. Right? Like, why? But I want to cure cancer. I don't want to shoot transformer lasers into the sky. But the opportunity is not being given to us. And I think, I don't know, to me, the fact that Biden is doing this, you could say it's election and things like that. I believe this is...
What's this that Biden's doing?
This intense support. I believe this is the Christian Joe Biden coming forward. I think, like, there is a stance over here of, like, he's used this many times, how at 14 he takes every one of his children to Dachau in Germany to see about the Holocaust. And his father told him that, like, if he ever sees evil, so this is your moment, Joe. It's in front of you right now. We all say never again. It's nice for us to read this, like, on the little black thing once a year, the Holocaust Museum. Here are the pictures. You see it happening. Like, and from the interviews I've seen him, he wasn't babbling. I saw someone being like, I have to stop this. I don't know what. So Yosef, given that, I know that was emotional, but like, what? So what should we do, Yosef? You have the power. Sam, you have the power. What do we do?
I think it's easy to say from America, and I bet that you're right. If I were an Israeli Jew living in Israel and I saw videos of babies being beheaded, and maybe I even knew or had first or second degree connections to people, I'd be like, it's time to fight. And I think almost any human has that instinct within them, and for good and understandable reasons. I think a lot of what we're talking about is there is this weird mixture of religion and secularity in Israel, and that is coming into question about how to deal with violence. And I think all humans also understand, like, it's weird to say this, Anselman, don't misinterpret me, not that that stopped you in the past, but there's something sacred about war and violence in a dark way. But I think we all understand, like, you know, like the Sanhedrin fasting before they have to execute someone. And, you know, the way that we give like some super honor and veneration to veterans, and the sort of, I don't know, that we understand that there needs to be something religious about war in order for it to not just be entirely evil and awful. And it seems to me like Israel is searching for a way to try and understand that amongst itself now. Like, on a purely strategic level, I'd say don't go into Gaza. Do the drones, assassinations, spies, sniper, rocket stuff, but don't send in troops. It's a bait. It's a trap. Iran wants you to do it. And this isn't the last trick Iran has up its sleeves. If you get bogged down in Gaza, then Hezbollah is next. Stuff from Syria is next. And this is round one. Be careful how you respond.
I'm going to sound like a war hawk, but like at some point, I need to meet Iran. And at some point, I need to meet, like, these are the bad actors that, you know, we're looking at the map change again. And whether it's going to be like, we talk about it in the news, like, you know, China's a problem and China's a problem. But, like, you know, there are world powers and the game is afoot. So, like, you know, the destroyers are there. This might sound controversial. I don't think at least not the first destroyer, it's not there because of what just happened. It's there because there's other political interests already in play. There's the Saudi deal going on. These things are, and I don't want to say that America is necessarily looking for a war, but like it's very difficult to see like how they're going to necessarily keep themselves out of this one if this goes down.
We sent 2 aircraft carriers to the Eastern Mediterranean. I don't think we even did that. Like, I think there was multiple times during the Iraq War where we had 1 aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf or something. One aircraft carrier is a resounding support of. A resounding gesture of support. 2 aircraft carriers we're ready. And
what are we ready for though? And I'll leave in a minute to do this class. Like, the world just got to witness that if certain groups get their opportunity, they will try to completely massacre us. That, like, it wasn't like what. So, you know, it's time to put your money where your mouth is, right? And this is what it looks like. And he says, don't. And it's very clear. Iran and Hamas, they could all decide tomorrow, right? Like, because they're chanting in Gaza also, death to America. This is like a war that goes back a long time. And this is, it says God tested Abraham. And we ask, why wasn't Isaac being tested? Because he's the one going up, right? There's different versions about this, his age. Maimonides says ultimately, though, like, you know, forget Maimonides. There's interpretations that come and say that he wasn't being tested because the way he viewed life, right? Ultimately, I'm going to mention this in the Pirkei Avot class, everything is God. So the best thing I could give back to, you know, the sacrifice is a substitute. Really, you could just have me back, right? So he's looking at it as sort of in this logical way. And the test is for Abraham ultimately to hear God's voice and say, I'm not interested in this. If you are dealing with people that, if their view of life and their view of religion, or at least their interpretation of this religion, okay, manifests itself this way, right? And I always use this example. if the reaction is going to be, if I draw your prophet, you're going to kill people, like that, I can't play. You can't play with the other kids. And again, the invitation is not only should you play in my sandbox, you are the son of Abraham. Okay. Just, you have to at some point drop your sword. And if that is still the action at some point, and like you were saying, Paul, like it all, in a certain way, Israel's living it, then this is that fight again, us against this evil. And it represents itself in Hezbollah, and it represents itself in Iran and in North Korea. So like there's a lot of big talk about we're going to hit back and we're going to slam back. And we don't want to do an Iraq war. And like Sam is saying, we want to attach it to something holy. But on that note, gentlemen, please do this. Sherry?
Well, I was going to... Oh, you got to head out?
I got to head out. But
You got to go.
It's fine.
Bye,
At the
Kezi.
top of the hour, too. So, but thank you, Kezi. Thanks for keeping the stream going, Sherry.
Yeah, no worries. I'm running around doing stuff, but I'm listening at the same time.
Okay.
Bring in some feminine energy here.
Well, it's part of what's going on now is I also watch. It's been fascinating watching the participation, even Anselman, because we've all watched Anselman for the last 4 or 5 years. You sort of get a picture of him. He's never come on to a live stream, never seen him in person, but we have a map of him based on, when I say something, I kind of know where Anselman's going to be because we've done enough things. And then when this breaks out, very, very sympathetic towards Palestine. And so then it's like, oh, well, that's interesting. That kind of
Anselman often is surprising. He is often surprising. He has his own genuine self-made morality that is hard to predict.
But the way we participate in these things now, obviously for Chezi, I mean, when it's your zip code in America, when it's the town that you're living in, when it's your house, when it's your kids, that's very direct. But watching people who aren't, like these university demonstrations in the United States, watching people, it's like, so what's your dog in this fight? And then other people noting that, sort of the Progressive Sexuality Coalition is aligned up with fundamentalist Islam. Oh, well, that's fascinating. It's a fascinating alliance.
My mom and dad and sister were in Istanbul a couple days ago, and there was a giant protest or demonstration or rally. I'm not quite sure which of those is the right word, in support of Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
And not Palestine, Hamas. And that my parents and my sister had to stay inside in their hotel the whole day because they didn't want to risk anything. And I don't know how much that was about.
Upcycle's correcting your language. Again, it's the fascinating things we have going on in our corner.
And I don't know how much that was to do with sort of internal Turkish politics versus geopolitics and stuff, but I don't know. It's a strange. It's not just a couple million people in a strip of land the size of like a U.S. county. This is way bigger and more complicated than that, and there are way more people than I would expect that are willing to look the other way or halfway defend or full-throatedly defend what was happening.
And it also fascinates me because I grew up in northern New Jersey, significant Jewish population. I grew up mostly in an African-American community, but I, never really bumped into hardly any anti-Semitism. And then just watching, the rise, the resurrection of anti-Semitism in today's world. And to me, anti-Semitism was always just sort of a disembodied
boogeyman.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I had just amazing. All of the Jews that I knew in northern New Jersey, they were model citizens. They were the best people around. They really were. And the Jewish religious centers were doing wonderful things in the community. And it's like, these are the hated people. Now, if you talk to Jacob and he goes off on you, you might get a sense of, yeah, you know, if you're that low in agreeableness, you're going to make some enemies. But that wasn't, you know. And I remember there was a guy named Leon Chase he was an old Jewish carpenter who would come into the lumber yard where I worked, and everybody knew that he still had the somebody's got something going on. Everybody knew that he still had his tattoo from the German. You know, I was then a young college student and talking to Leon about, you know, hiding in the sawdust in the concentration camp, and then now to see this energy come out, and I would imagine, I mean, Christians, if we had that much hatred part of us, we just begin to ask the question, like, well, what did we do to make people hate us so much? And I'm sure folks are wrestling with that, and I look at the situation and it's like, a good option? I don't see any good options. You know, you have to, what do you do? I have no idea.
It never really went away. I mean, it's obviously different, but when you're identifiably an Orthodox Jew in the West, I mean, whether here, London, France, I mean, I've encountered, and I've only encountered mostly speech, like hate speech, personally. But I've had friends who've had more. I mean, physical altercation, like much more serious stuff. And I mean, we had someone who came to speak at one of our synagogues. I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, who grew up in Egypt, and the bestseller in Egypt, even today, but certainly the past 20, 25 years, has been Mein Kampf, the best-selling book in Egypt. And like, so in some ways, the energy doesn't really go away. I mean, it kind of, in some ways, I think Christians are, obviously, you don't have to directly confront it as much, and it's not me as in your face, and it's not whatever. And even me, like, I, generally move through mostly bubbles of things. So the little times I've had to encounter it directly have been fairly mild. But yeah, I mean, I don't, and it really depends. It depends on what part, we lived in London for a year, and there, my wife was doing a master's, and there was like active recruitment to Muslim terrorist organizations on her campus that the campus kept trying to stop. And like, she's somewhat I mean, she's not quite as identifiably Orthodox as me because she covers her hair, but she doesn't have a kippah or tzitzit. And like in East London, lots of people cover their hair, but it is a different style of covering. But like, she didn't really encounter issues, but there were definitely neighborhoods I wouldn't go into. And like, it was always kind of there. And I think they're right. There's just certain, I don't know, I mean, it's a loaded word, but privilege in order that we to ignore this type of stuff. And it just really does build and kind of fester in some corners. I mean, if you've never seen the Gazan version of Sesame Street, it is extremely disturbing stuff, where like AK-47s make often appearances.
The Gazan version of Sesame Street?
Yeah.
Can I find that on YouTube? Or do I have to go to Rumble?
These days, you used to be able to find it on YouTube. I don't know if you still can.
I think there's a new PBK series coming on.
You could see these like crazy like demonstrations of 7-year-olds like dressed as mujahideen in like full gear with like fake weapons and like there's just like, and like, what do you and this gets to Fezzi's point. Fezzi asked me hard questions. I don't have any. But what do you do? How do you respond? Like, what do you do with those kids? I mean, like, well, how do you heal like that type of? And part of it's from real place. Like, it's not just like brainwashing, indoctrination, right? Part of it is Gaza is an awful place to live. It has been for a long time, especially since Israel pulled out and Hamas took over. Where a lot of the internal infrastructure has basically been neglected. There's a lot of there's huge issues, both how Israel kind of ran around like this Gaza from the outside, but also how Hamas ran it from the inside. And like, there's a massive amount of trauma and pain and awfulness that these kids have been through. And like, yeah, I mean, part of it, and not just those kids, but their parents and young parents. I mean, Gaza is mostly people under 25, right? I mean, it's a huge, I mean, the demographic numbers there are like some of the most skewed in the world, but there's a lot of, and a lot of orphans and a lot of people who are at least lost one parent or sibling or whatever. I mean, to either to Israeli violence or to Palestinian violence. And like, it's how this is part, I mean, and in some ways, I mean, it's a weird parallel. Maybe Anselm will like I can't actually see his comments right now, but like
I think he stormed off in protest. Maybe
okay. there is this weird parallel where like it's kind of the question of how do you deal with like people who've been through this much trauma and like heal this. Similar to what we were asking at the end of the Holocaust, like how do you deal with all this trauma? And it's, I mean, whether it comes from a place where like, yeah, because if I don't do this, then they're going to kill me. I mean, that doesn't necessarily, in some level justifies it, another level really doesn't. And like what, and you know, that's why, because these questions were so, right, they're hard to answer because, yeah, at what point does this become just kind of pragmatic strategy, as Sam was pointing out, of like self-defense and like protecting your family, or even protecting other people. I mean, how many of the people who are, I mean, now a lot of these stories are coming out of the Israelis who are killed, or not just Israelis, Jews and Arabs who went into the border communities that were being attacked to actually try to help and got killed.
Yeah. I think I'm going to, this is my last comment that I'm leaving. For anybody who's watching on my channel and wants to continue to watch, you can go to Grail Country. It's being streamed. They've got the thing. You know, I think instructive is also what happens at the end of the Second World War with the Japanese population, because they were subject to intense propaganda by their regime to hate Americans. And then we nuked them. I mean, the United States nuked Japan. That's important to remember. And then after the war,
no, I was saying twice.
Now, of course, Japan surrendered, which, because you don't really have a nation state that you're dealing with, you can't sort of, I mean, you could attack Iran and bring Iran to surrender and have regime change. You can't really do that, and that's the problem, the asymmetry. But
in Japan, you could have the emperor, who is the embodiment of some sort of god, declare, and all the people are in submission. Although I think I even heard that some of the generals tried to stop him from doing that. But
well, and then part of the big, I mean, right in 1941, FDR says, you know, we're going to demand nothing less than unconditional surrender, and that became a big problem towards the end of the war, because the question was, will we allow Japan to keep the imperial family? And in the end, they decided, yes, they would. And then that became a piece of sort of turning the Japanese population around. But then again, the kind of enmity between the United States and Japan has a very different history than what you're dealing with here. So my prayers are with you. My prayers are certainly with the Palestinian people. And we want, you know, we definitely want peace in that land, and hopefully there can be a way to get there. So thank you all. Love chatting. Great to see all of you. And I've got things to do. So take care.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in here really quick, guys. So I have a little perspective to bring, not from military or international conflict or anything as significant by any means as what's going on, but just in terms of the messiness of it, and the necessity for the perspectives both of those who are there and also those of us who are like kind of like sitting back and, as myself, in peaceful upstate New York, where the worst thing I have to deal with is like a big gust of wind cutting my power for a little bit. I was a correction officer at a juvenile detention facility for a little while. Before I did that, I had one perspective on people who would get locked up in a juvenile detention facility. I had a perspective of what it would be like to be a CO and so on. And so I begin working there. I have to go through all this different training on how to respond to crises, how to deal with, if you have to restrain somebody, if there's a riot going on, all this type of stuff. If someone is suicidal, what do you do? So you go through this whole long training process. It's weeks and weeks long. Then you get on the floor, and of course, the first coworker you run into tells you, "Hey, you remember that stuff you learned in training? You can forget about all of it because it doesn't apply. It doesn't work." And so you're like, all right. If you're someone like me who is when I'm taught something, I kind of just take it as okay, yeah, this is a new environment to me. These are the rules. This must be the way I have to operate. And then I try and just go from that. And you learn very quickly working at a juvenile detention facility that in one sense, the coworker is correct in saying the rule, forget about your training because this isn't what it was like when you were in training. So one kid jumps on your back, another kid's trying to punch you in the face, another kid's spitting at you, another kid's telling you to suck their such and such. And all this stuff is going on and your emotions start rising up and you just want to react badly. And so, but what you find is that those people who say to throw out the rules, right, turns out they kind of actually use the training in those moments, right? So it's not like it's a crystal clear representation of what was learned in training when someone's responding to a crisis where one kid's trying to stab another kid and you're trying to keep them from killing each other. It's not like the restraint that you do on them is perfect, but you are following the basic guidelines of don't exert more force than is necessary to resolve the situation, right? So there's this kind of tension between the ideal of how a situation should be responded to based off of an assumed status quo of the environment, right? And then there's the reality of what the environment's really like and the reality of what the participants are really like within that environment, right? So the agents and the arena, I guess, right? So there's an idea of what the arena is supposed to be. There's an idea of how the agents are supposed to interact. And then neither of those fit the ideal at all, right? And the overwhelming consensus among, let's say, soldiers, COs on the floor in a facility like that is very anti-training, anti the outsider, right? So it's okay, if you're not on the working with me on the floor, you have no right telling me how I should do my job. And so analogous to this situation here, they would look at something like us talking, but not being on the ground in Israel or in Palestine or wherever, right, in Gaza, and say, that's kind of nice what you guys are saying, in either direction, but what does it matter, right? But I think there's a utility in us who are in more privileged arenas, right? While stuff like this is happening, it brings to our hearts and minds the ideals, right? Of there's got to be these ideals of there's got to be a right way to approach the situation. And so conversations like this between us, but even between people who are perhaps have more agency with regard to impacting the arena. There's people who need to be in these situations who can talk, and there's people in these situations who are going to land on one end of the spectrum and land on the other end of the spectrum, and they're going to be opposing each other, right? So I'm going to be, I'm completely pacifist, and I'm going to be oh, no, we need to just it's sad that there's going to be casualties, but we just need to just eliminate, we just need to do, a Hiroshima level just response, and there, now the situation's over. We don't even have to worry about it anymore. It's done, right? But I just wanted to say all that just to bring in a perspective that there's utility in speaking about and defining and reacquainting oneself with the ideals. And that process, however, right, can't that process crosses its jurisdiction, like goes beyond its purpose when it stalls on the floor, right? So, for instance, if I'm in the middle of restraining some kid because he's about to stab another kid, and I'm about to do it, and I'm doing it wrong, right? I'm going to cause perhaps harm to this other kid. I'm not meaning to cause harm, but I'm grabbing him, I'm taking him down however I can so he doesn't kill this other kid, right? Or hurt this other kid, whatever. And all of a sudden the trainer pops in, stands in between me. He's like, whoa, you're about to do that wrong. And now the other kid gets stabbed to death, right? And it's like, that's not just some contrived example, right? Like that kind of stuff could, and in other ways has actually happened, right? So I've known a female CO who got assaulted and raped because other staff saw that she was doing things wrong. So they brought her aside to mentor her and train her in the moment. But they get attacked because now it's distracted other workers. And it was a whole big mess, giant mess. People got injured. So I know I'm not necessarily addressing anybody in particular in this group, just anybody who's watching who is kind of like a keyboard warrior in either sense, right? Of like, oh, these people need to stop talking about their ideals, and oh, these people need to stop like overreacting in the moment. Like there is utility and necessity for both perspectives. And I just wanted to throw that out because this whole thing has just been like triggering me in some of my memories of far less traumatic things than what people are going through in the Middle East right now.
That's great. Thank you.
I probably gotta head out in a minute. There was something I was gonna say, but I don't know how relevant it is, and it's probably relevant, but I usually end up making myself look bad. But I don't know if other people do this, but I'll run thought experiments in my head, and in situations like this that apply to this. Because I remember when Ukraine was hit by Russia, I didn't know even what to think, because I had just previously gone to see some orphans in Ukraine and stuff. But I'll run these thought experiments in my head around the ideas of self-defense, and then defending the poor and the fatherless and things like that, because those are things. And then I'll think, I grew up with 3 sisters, and so I can imagine scenarios in my head where I would choose violence, but I don't know that that's necessarily vengeance, and I don't know that it's necessarily abstract from justice. And the only way I've kind of come into my head to resolve this is I can definitely imagine scenarios where I would just straight up kill somebody, but then I'm like, well, then what, And then I'm like, I guess I'd kill myself. Even when I was thinking of what do you do when you kill a king? If you actually are, if I'm actually gonna say I believe all the scriptures or whatever, and you just are saying this person that's high up in government is an elected official, and I'm believing in some sort of divine providence God, it's like if I go and slay that person in front of everyone, then you see that kind of play out in the book of Judges. You don't usurp the throne, and so I don't know what to do with that. Yeah,
Doesn't God act through you too, Jason?
Isn't what?
Doesn't God act through you as well?
Yeah, but that's the thing is, what is that? I think I would be haunted by where's your brother? And that verse. If everything is Hevel, then God would require his blood at my hand. And that's what I mean where I say I wouldn't know what else to do besides die beside my brother that I've just killed, And so because anybody I would have to see them as my brother, I think, in order to murder him. Otherwise there wouldn't be any mourning over it, I don't think. Because you can distance yourself from that person. So but there's all these scenarios where I'll think in my head, because you can easily kind of say, well, the Christian stance is never violence or never anything like that. But then you also have to play the thought in your head, like, what if I didn't do anything? Like, what if there was some guy who had murdered my mom, was trying to rape one of my younger sisters, and like, what do you do? Like, what if I didn't do anything? What if I didn't kill him? Like, that might be a worse thing. And so, but then if you do, you can't really just wipe your hands and walk away, you know?
I don't necessarily know that you have to die. I mean, right? That's not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, no. If you look at the Torah as a whole document and not just like one line, right? Like there's a whole bunch of stuff about. Yeah, I mean, capital punishment is allowed, but then the people who sentence someone to capital punishment don't die for giving that sentence. Like, yes, they have to go through a whole process of repentance, and like take in the seriousness of what they just did and like all that stuff. But like, that's not the end of the story for them. They don't just like, okay, I'm done. You know, that was my job, and I'm, you know, that's why God put me on earth to kill this guy. And you know, now.
Well, yeah, it's not as in I'm done. I escaped this. It's just kind of like I wouldn't know. I guess, gosh, in a weirdly symbolic sense, like if I were to hang somebody, I should be hanging beside him. Like there's a way, like I'm not separate from the one I just slain. Like if I have to sit shit with him that I've killed him, sort of in that sense, I guess. Not like I killed this man, now I get to escape whatever fate's coming for me. Let's just avoid this sort of thing. But Gandhi was no Christian. I know what that means. Christians and Hindus are violent people.
I should go back to it, but I want to thank you guys. I'm sorry, Gavin, we didn't really get a chance to chat, Jess. But,
yeah, sorry.
Nice to chat with you, though. And Charlie, thanks for sharing that. I had a lot of kind of resonances as you were talking about. It's not, I mean, there's like at all different levels, right? There's kind of like the law, the spirit and letter of the law stuff conversation that we had at the very beginning of this stream. Some of the stuff around kind of received tradition versus kind of experientialism. And then the whole Israel Gaza law. So I appreciated that. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, and so maybe the value of these conversations is in between the moments where like the rubber hits the road, but then like you also need them to help process. And like, I mean, for part of this for me, right? Like, why did I jump on in the middle of my workday, right? It's like, this is, I mean, yeah, maybe it'd be different to process it there, obviously. But because he also jumped on, there's a lot of, yeah, part of it is like coming up with the rules as you like, you know, abstract from situations, but part of it is also just kind of like the attempt at healing through talking it out and processing, even if it's not structured and like we're not going to get to an ideal, or we're not going to have an answer. There's no answer. And like, yeah, you live with the consequences. I mean, you grab the kid wrong and you save that other kid and you hurt this kid and you live with the consequences. And that's and to me, I mean, and getting, yeah, okay, that's enough. I talked enough. I talked way too much in this stream. Other guys should talk. I want to hear Gavin, Jess. I got to go back to work. I can keep listening. I've never seen a stream with so many comments on it before. Oh my gosh.
I'll just to cap. I actually forgot to mention one thing about what I was trying to say with the training. You know, the training world and then the on the floor world, and it's that. I forgot to mention the really good thing about the training world is like kind of how I alluded to the fact that, well, the COs, they actually do ultimately embody the sort of fundamentals of the training, even though they like refuse or talk against the particulars. But the real utility of the training world is that it in its proper place, and it's like in its best instantiation, it's it embodies the ideal reaction in a situation, and there needs to be not only that ideal, but like people who are reminding the people who are in the midst of things of the ideal, you know, and the best trainers were ones who would see how people interacted in a situation, saw where it didn't match the ideal, and rather than like berate them for not meeting the ideal, just, you know, they would do like a retraining and but the way they would do it, you know, would be like, hey, I know this was a hard situation. I know there was no way that you could do the ideal reaction in this situation, but let's just go over, you know, maybe what possibly could have been done better, and just a refresher on what the ideals are. And then they send you back out into the real world, right? So it's like there's always this in its proper place, and this was a New York State run facility, so it wasn't proper by any means, but in its proper place, the training and the real world would really be an interactive process. And, and when it was at its best, it was doing that. And both are equally necessary, because otherwise the real world would just be probably way more bloody than it is. So.
And this is why I push against translating Torah as law, because it's instruction. And when you treat it as law, you lose that whole, like, the retraining and the process and the feedback. When we talk about halacha, which is like the Jewish, like, legal code system, we always call it the halachic process. It's never, we don't refer to it essentially as propositionally, but it's always this kind of ongoing, it's both instructive, but you're always learning new things, and it's always kind of pushing, and there is an ideal, but, like, the ideal is, it's not, you're never going to be the ideal. I mean, it's not impossible, right? There's no man has lived without sin, as not a verse. So yeah, anyway, I gotta go, but yeah, thank you. Look forward to hearing what you guys come up with next. Bring in some Job, Jess. Need to get my Job fix.
I'm trying to work, actually. I just came on to keep the stream going. But Gavin, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Oh, I could talk about all kinds of things all the time, but I guess I got to come in and listen. It's great being able to listen. I'm a kind of a systems thinker, and also while I was listening, man, at one point I felt my heart just get really fast. Like, I felt adrenaline. Like when you start, yeah,
at what point?
When you, it has to do with, like, when you start, yeah, when you talk about what's happening with, I guess in my mind, I was thinking about saying things, and then my heart would respond, because the thing that I was thinking about saying would have been, like, really provocative, or something like that. So that's the risk. And, like, there's something powerful about our tongue can defile, right? And then combine that with the internet, combine that with media, and so we have, like, the state of the world is going to, like, as a system, is going to be connected to, like, the information that's going out and being received. Like if you abstract this tongue that defiles, if you abstract it out into the modern world with technology. But I'm a site reliability engineer, and so I'm kind of like I told my children I'm like a fireman for software, but most of the time I'm, like, cleaning the fire truck, just waiting around. We've created alarms and alerts, and so the key there is that we do observability, and so observability, like, I really think I've been really attracted to this corner and Paul Vanderklay, because of it seemed to me that I was attracted to, there was a deficit in listening. And maybe for me, it was like, I didn't feel like I was being listened to as I was looking. But I'd say in the world, it seems like it's hard for people to be understood. Like, what are you seeing? What are you feeling? And, what do you need? And do you need do you have any requests? And if it would be great if everyone in the world could share and could be heard. It's like, and when you aren't understood, like, and it's hard to do that, because we will use the same language, English, and then we'll use the same word. Like the other day, I used the word glory, and Anselman corrected me, and it's because we can use the same word and mean different things. And so communication is so hard. And then we end up becoming violent. It's a way of communicating. I guess one thing I would throw out there is the convective heat engine. It's like, it would be, I'm wondering, like, whenever Christians talking about the juvenile, essentially juvenile prisoners, right? And I'm wondering, like, and my mind goes to, well, how can you create a situation which is more or less conducive for a gang of children jumping on you and attacking you? and yeah, so that's where my mind always goes. And then I wonder, it's like, how do we facilitate allowing people to be heard and to be understood, and facilitate, the learning process, but at the individual level, scaling it all the way up and out, so that we can learn, we can repent as individuals and as like groups of people.
Yeah. I think a lot of it has to do with like, if I could pinpoint a few critical things that contributed to the regularity of situations in the juvenile detention facility where there would be either fights between kids, just verbal outbursts, attacks on staff, blah, 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 all those sorts of things. Even just like the situation that they live in that led to them being sentenced to time in the facility. And you kind of got at the critical part of it when you said, people want to be heard. I think everyone, and there's like very few blanket statements I would make like that, but I think everyone, because we're made in the image of God, everyone has something somewhere, maybe deep, maybe not so deep, that knows that they are an image bearer of God. They're a child of the divine. And to the extent that they sense that and perceive that their world in which the world that they perceive is antagonistic towards that, or something along those lines, there's a sort of there's some kind of like there's like an anxiety, there's a lostness, there's a feeling of being done wrong to. Even in like, I have a cousin who is, his parents are very wealthy, right? This kid has like whatever he wants, right? And the kid is just like horribly suicidal. And it's many people who know him say things like, what does he have to be suicidal about, and I work very hard to not say anything. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Why do celebrities commit suicide? Like, why, like that there's something deeper there than getting everything that you quote unquote want, or everything you think you want, whatever. It's just that, well, okay, so what's really missing in the fact that we sense that we are these image bearers of God, whether or not we are, we are professed Christians or Muslims or Jewish or whatever, atheist. It's a sense that we're meant to have like meaningful lives, but like we're meant to be necessary, like as individuals. Like God is necessary. He is the necessary thing, and we're made in His image. We are His children, and we have a sense of our being necessary, and not in a necessary meaning like a prideful sense of like, this world can't go on without me, but like there is a necessity to my existence. Like the world is less than it could be without me in it, right? Like that's, I think I truly believe that deep down inside, people sense something like that. I don't know if I'm articulating it well, but I think people sense that. And when their environment is sending signals to them that are counter to that, they to varying degrees, have a sort of anxiety and then respond accordingly. And it doesn't necessarily mean that a teenager that a 9-year-old that's feeling that is going to be violent and end up in a juvenile detention facility, but it could mean that a 17-year-old who has everything he could possibly wants to kill himself. There's just such a, what's beneath that longing to be heard is like it's a longing to be like back in the Father's house, like it's longing to be a representative of heaven, a citizen of heaven. It's like, it's both like extremely it's just there's a deep, and whatever, so my mind's going like 1,000 different places, so I'm having a hard time talking. But Vervaeke talking about the meaning crisis and whatnot and all this. I think ultimately what's at the bottom of a lot of that stuff is just us struggling, some part of us sensing that we are what's the word? I don't know. I think you're getting my gist. I don't want to hold up anymore with my brain going 1,000 different directions, but that's what you're saying. Wanting to be heard kind of triggered off in my head. Yeah, lack of purpose. Yeah, exactly. And it's not just any purpose. It's not just like, Jordan Peterson's doing great work, right? I think, in my opinion, he's doing great work in identifying that there's this crisis, and that people, not just young men, but young women too, they need, they don't just want, like they need a purpose. But it's not just like, oh, I need a job so that I can have like a meaningful, purposeful life. It's that there's a nihilism and depression are one and the same. Yeah. It's not a purpose sort of thing that a self-help book can like really get you to. It can get you involved and participating in the sort of like higher level manifestations of the deep meaning stuff, so that it feeds that to some extent. But those things themselves aren't as meaningful as they can be if you're not oriented towards them from a perspective of being a child of the divine, right? And so they're good. They are reflections of goodness, and participating in them gives you a likewise experience. And that may suffice for a life that isn't as riddled with nihilism and depression and anxiety as it would be otherwise. But they're even more of what they can be if oriented towards through a lens of being an image bearer of God, I believe. Hey, it's Cal. All right.
What's up, gentle cats?
What's up, Cal?
You know what they say, when the cats are away, the mice come out to play.
Mice of meaning. Yeah.
The mice of meaning. I like that.
I'm so sleep deprived right now. I'm totally stupid, and what I'm doing is like, instead of like engaging like the protocol of like acting normally and speaking normally, like for me that's like this whole conscious set of rules that I have to follow. Like I'm saying whatever comes into my head, and whatever like my brain thinks is relevant by default. And
all right, I like it.
And so yeah, and what that means is something that really doesn't make sense. Like when I first came on, like I said, "What's up, gentle cats?" with the assumption that you guys are the cats, right? And maybe by extension, so am I, maybe. But then I said when the cats are away, the mice come out to play. So it's like it's like this, the identification is all mixed up. Like, what am I? Am I a cat or a mouse, or like what's going on?
You are you transcend cat and mouseness.
That's correct. Yeah, I transcend the binaries.
What's the thing that unites cat and mouseness together?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, on a simple level, the very simple kind of left hemisphere answer to that is mammalhood, mammalian status, right? But that's kind of like, there's convergent and divergent thinking, right? Like, if you ask what side of an ostrich has the most feathers, the left hemisphere is gonna like think about like, okay, I gotta statistically sample a large enough number of ostriches so that when I count up the feathers on each of their sides of their body, after I operationalize some definition of like what are the borders and regions of each side of an ostrich, and then they're gonna like figure it out. Like actually, ostriches have the most feathers on the left side of their body because like for whatever reason, like you can see it in the human body. Like there's this weird association between chirality or like left right, directionality and like hormones. So like the right side of the body will have like more body hair and the left side will have like a larger like breast because of like the weird associations between testosterone and estrogen that are even like on the right and left sides of the body. So anyway, on some theory like that, you would go sampling ostrich, feather numbers, on each side of an ostrich. But like the right hemisphere is going to give an answer like the side of an ostrich that has the most feathers is the outside.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That's what I was gonna say.
Exactly. So on some level, what's underneath mouse and cat is mammalness, but that's a very straightforward kind of literal convergent answer. I'm trying to think of what's the deep, smart answer, but I don't really know.
It's their relationship is also an answer, right? Like
predator prey,
which I mean, and maybe there are many relationships between them, right? I mean, I get and
the house in which they live.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, so looking at the big picture, right? Thinking holistically. That's what we're about in this little corner.
That's right.
That's why we have the solution to all the world's problems, because we ask the big questions.
Well, see, and the mouse will also go to the cat tower and like strip off some of the pieces of the cat tower and use it as its bed. So the cat has some relationship to the mouse. And
so who's truly the predator here, and who the prey, right?
That's right. What have you been up to, Cal?
I have been up to not sleeping because my son is a terror and he just doesn't. I mean, his sleep schedule is really out of whack.
Oh, that's no fun.
Out of whack, yeah.
Kristen, do you have kids?
Yeah, I got a couple kids. I have a 9-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old daughter.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I've got 3 boys. Nice. And you just have the one child, right, Cal?
Yeah, he's 2.5.
The 2.5-year-old boy.
Yeah. But I don't know. He's bad sometimes, and then at other times he kind of renormalizes. So, and generally just when you think that it's just going to keep getting worse and worse without getting better, then that's when he kind of resets. So.
We lost you for a minute, Gavin.
Yeah. I think Christian was talking about how we were, there's something in us that knows we're images of God. How's it going, Cal?
It's going good. You know, image of God is something weird, something interesting that I've been thinking about. Because like the infinity of God means that you can say two things about God, neither of which really make any sense. The first is that like you can say that God doesn't exist, because what you mean by that is like God is unlimited and infinite, and in some sense to experience something is to place a limit on it. And so in that sense, anything that you could experience would not be God, sort of like the Tao that can be named is not the Tao. And then on the other hand, because God is so unlimited and infinite, it's like he's in everything, and he's infinite. He doesn't have an opposite. So it's like the identity of God is like not logically exclusive of other identities. So like I could say that I'm God, but not in the sense that I'm God and you guys aren't. I could say that I'm God and Gavin's God and Christian's God and Jess is God. But then if we're all God, then what does it mean that any of us is God? So it's sort of like that everything is God and nothing is God, or like these two poles that you kind of bounce back and forth between almost. And so like where we land is like this idea of everything giving us something of God, but not being fully God, or not being God as such. Because anything that you could experience like finitely, it would be, and you say, like an assumption for the sake of argument that it's God. Well, it wouldn't be God if you could experience it finitely. But there's a way that, I don't know, there's a way that things sort of almost like the limit toward which they tend as you gain more and more information about them and keep them more and more in their proper context is God. Things sort of become God under analysis, like the deeper that you go. And so there's almost this kind of like theosis type explosive like on-ramp to God that everything has. I don't know. See, I don't know if this is making a great deal of sense.
Yeah, well, I always think about it as what is the infinite lack? The infinite lacks any lack. So therefore, if God is all in all, let's just say that word, then he's got to be infinite as well as that which lacks. So then this is how I picture the Trinity. So what you have within the Trinity is you have the infinite transcendent, but you also have the Son who is finite and limited, and there's an aspect to him. But then, just like you were saying, Cal, like whenever you take a specific aspect, there's an infinity in that aspect, because what would be the relationship between the finite and the infinite? Well, all the finite has to do is change its position. I don't know if you can say that, within the infinite, and then it has infinite relations with the infinite. And so anyway, but whenever I think about, like, if we're made in the image of God, we're made in the image of Christ. So we're made in the image of the finite.
Yeah, what does it mean that Christ is the visible image of the invisible God? How can it be that the infinite God resembles something or anything?
Yeah, well,
it is already it's to presuppose that it's actually not infinite, which is tremendously interesting.
Well, I think for me, the way Christ dies is the way the way Christ dies is the way he shows he is God. And so there's a way the infinite transcendent pours itself out towards the finite so that it can be. And in that way, the finite pours itself out towards the transcendent.
Yeah.
Or even towards the other. So like within the finite could pour itself out towards the other finite. And in Christ, he pours himself out for the whole world, all of the cosmos. But because there's that idea of like, if God is transcendent everywhere all at once, like where does the finite exist? Well, God has to sort of make a space, and he has to recede in some way in order to make space for the finite to be apart from the infinite. So that receding is the infinite transcendent giving up a part of itself in order to let the finite be real, and then to give the finite life, the transcendent pours itself into the finite. Like that's how I picture it. I tried once to make an animation about this, but it doesn't work. It's very difficult.
No, I think you could do it. I think you specifically could do it. I don't know. I'm not using the word you as in a general sense there.
Well, for instance, like there's not all eternities, not all infinities are equal.
Yeah, there's bounded infinities, and then there's unbounded infinities.
Right, and then there's also, but like you could imagine an infinite number of boxes. Right, they all have holes in them. Right, they all have. There's what is it about the box that makes it a box? Right, like there's the sides which make it a box. Is also the emptiness inside of it the box? I mean, it's necessary for it to be a box. Otherwise, if there was no space inside of it, it would just be a plane or whatever, right? So I could easily imagine, though. I just bring that up because I could easily imagine something that's infinite that also has spaces in it, right? So
well, to have the restriction or the constraint of the, such that you can even say of it that it has spaces within it is already to make it finite in some sense. It's still not the true infinite.
Well, right. Yeah, I mean, anything.
It's infinite in some respect of being like an infinite number.
It's infinite. It's infinite regardless.
Then again, arguably, so are you or not.
One way that I can articulate an aspect about it that I perceive necessarily implies a limit to the infinite, right? But that doesn't mean that infinite is actually limited. It just means that by my limited capacity to articulate and perceive some nature of that infiniteness is inadequate to retain its utter infiniteness.
And this
losing you, Gavin.
Yeah, you guys getting close. You explore.
I think Gavin's roboting. Cal, are you still there?
Oh, I'm here.
Gavin's
roboting. We need to ask Gavin to just basically back all the way back up to wherever he started.
Yeah, Gavin, we didn't get any of that.
Turn off my camera. How's that?
Okay. Sounds bad.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I'm curious. As you're sharing these words, talking about this topic, do you feel like you're getting closer to God, or that these words help others get closer to God as we explore this topic of the image of God?
These words more or less represent where I'm at as far as, in my own journey to get close to God. Is that necessarily going to resonate with other people? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so there's a conceptual, is this something you can live out when you're talking about this what the image is and the infinite and finite? Is this something you're able to practice and live out?
What you live out is the goal of coming to see others as God, and yourself as nothing, which is really kind of what Jesus did.
Well, at least for me, you get, when you get into the abstract categories, what's fun for me is discovering that there's there's Christ and the Father in them. Like, just in the, as far as I can tell, the logical, the logical progression of starting with the infinite, and then you just have to ask the question, what does the infinite lack? And then, well, and away we go. So, in order for the infinite to be all in all, then it has to possess limitation somehow. And so then you have a dynamic
in a moving target kind of
resembles the Trinity. And then it doesn't really do any good to talk about it in those categories other than to just start from there and go, because, well, I'm a secular, I grew up in a secular rationalist culture, and so it's very fun to start there, but then, like, it's much more useful to talk about it in terms of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Well, where I see the rubber meeting the road is that Christ in his sacrifice, it's as if he's saying, you are everything. You're a God, and for you I would expend myself, all of myself. So it's as if he's saying, I am nothing. And I think that in love, it's always like both parties are saying to the other, you're God, I am nothing. Or like in reconciliation, ideally both parties, whether anyone is right or wrong according to whatever set of rules or laws that are probably going to fluctuate and change under analysis, or when weathered down by experience and stuff, for reconciliation to properly happen, both parties have to say, no, I'm wrong. And it's like, so I'm in the wrong, I have to sacrifice. And it's like only when both parties are doing that you actually have like the people like reflecting the image of God, like sort of infinitely back and forth between them, like two mirrors that are facing each other, like in a Drosta effect. This is like, ultimately, this is like reality dynamics. This is like how reality get created.
I'm hearing you talk about the good news that we can repent, right? So you talked about reconciliation. That would require like more than one person repenting. But I mean, we are one person who can repent, and that's good news. Like, that's something we can all do. Might be a little too simple for the when you're talking about the infinite and the finite, but I like trying to boil it down to, well, what do I do with this? And so that's what I got out of it.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Everybody's going to get something else out of
we
it,
can
right?
repent.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's not invalid at all. But everything is good. Everyone is going to get something different out of it as far as what's actionable. And
okay, oh, sorry, Gal.
No, you go ahead.
All right, we got a comment. Imagine the world had never been. Can you? Not that it wasn't created, but there had never been nothing there to create it. What if all reality had never existed?
Yeah, what you try to imagine, like the ultimate nothingness? That's the same as trying to imagine the ultimate everythingness. The creatio ex nihilo, creatio ex deo. It's kind of hard to even tease apart from each other. In the final analysis, you can't think of something that isn't something.
Yeah, these are like the categorical limits of our, at least our ability to think. All right, is forgiveness when the finite becomes infinite?
Yeah, I think so, because it's like in the prodigal son where the son is negating his own identities. I've sinned against you and against heaven, and I'm not worthy to be your son anymore. Just take me on as your hired hand. But the father says that you are worthy, that it's because the son is saying, I'm just this or I'm just that, but the father is not judging, and so in the non-judgment is allowing the son's identity to be infinite, and i.e. in the image of God. It's allowing him to have an infinitely worthy identity that's not constrained by any judgment. or trivialization or restriction of who he is. Like he's just
you really see it as unrestricted and infinite. Because for me, like like he says,
the image of God.
What's that?
Yeah, it is to see someone as worthy, supremely or infinitely worthy. That's it's to see them as in the image of God, as imaging that infinity that we desire in everything that we desire. Everything we desire it as some kind of image or emblem of the infinite, some integration of differentiated parts or qualities that allows it, the valuable thing, to overcome some limit. We desire the infinite in everything we desire, and so when we see someone as supremely desirable or worthy or valuable, we're seeing them as imaging God in that sense, and not just a not just a profligate or a rake or a spendthrift or what have you.
Yeah, but normally, don't you love something finite in its finiteness? So you love, but it definitely does take on some sort of category. It's not like, piece of crap. You don't love a piece of crap. You love.
I think to the extent that we to the extent that we value it, we do value it as something infinite, transcending a limit, and whenever it palls, whenever we get used to it, that's whenever we stop valuing it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that experience is all too common, of wanting something, and then when you have it, you figure out all its dimensions and you figure out its exact finitude, and then suddenly it's the same thing, but it doesn't hold your interest anymore.
I think Gavin froze again.
Keep.
So I think in order for the finite to be infinite, it has to participate in in Christ. And so to the degree it participates with Christ, it's infinite. But I think the pattern is the finite that can die and then is born again is that which is infinite. Because it can continue. Right? Does that make sense? Is anyone still here?
Sorry, my brain is fuzzing in and out, but pretty much everything you say makes sense to me, Jess.
Same with you, Cal.
That's good. I'm glad that we understand each other, that we have a meeting of the
meeting of the cerebellums.
Yeah, we have a meeting of the great minds that think alike.
I wish I could participate as a
I mean,
speak for the people.
Yeah, but like literally when I'm talking like this,
as soon as your signal gets a little better,
yeah.
Like when I talk about this, like I'm literally picturing it in my mind. Like I'm like interacting with it in my, like I have like a model of it in my head.
Yeah.
Maybe that's good or maybe not. Who knows?
No, it is good, because that's how Jason thinks. He only thinks in images, and Jason is like the best amateur theologian, I think.
Yeah, Jason's great.
I feel like basically if ever I come to some conclusion that's different than what I remember Jason saying about something, then I just automatically know that I'm wrong.
You just assume.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if this is going to come through, but regarding the forgiveness question, I just like it's come up recently, like noticing like Holy Spirit, unholy Spirit, maybe sin, and so what I've noticed is this one of the things I noticed is that it's the same thing of you can receive mercy when you have mercy. That's just as practical as it gets. That's like, and it can even be, it's just practical. Like whether or not it's the finite becoming infinite, it's the path. It's like the way in which your heart becomes more pure, and it's the way in which you build your treasure in heaven? It's the way in which you like get baptized, which you get closer to God.
Here's a very important question. If someone has done something wrong toward you such that, you know, we can now meaningfully entertain the idea of either giving them mercy or not giving them mercy. If you do show them mercy, then on what basis in your mind do you show them mercy? Is that basis? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was remembering is that I was remembering like my sin and remembering, you know, my mistakes and noticing how it's not like I was aware of my sin and my mistakes when I was doing it. Like, and then I'm noticing it's like, well, it seems like it's like this for everyone.
I think that's not a bad start at all. It's certainly good to remember one's own faults and failings. What I am increasingly sort of exercised over is the question of like when we like pronounce mercy or forgiveness, but the basis doesn't have anything to do with the person who sinned, and it's just like it's either because some totally self-referential reason, like because if I know that if I don't forgive them, then it's going to go badly for me. I don't want to hold on to that anger, or because Jesus said so, and I'm a good Christian, and blah blah blah. And I'm not saying you're doing that. But you know, but conversely, there's something else where
You're just saying there's a proper way to forgive. You're trying to point out like a proper way to forgive.
I feel like forgiveness has to, and ultimately, I'm really thinking out loud here because I don't know what exactly is wrong with what I was talking about, but it seems to me like there's probably something wrong with it, where it's not actually, even in the end, it's not even actually mercy or forgiveness almost. Like I think like real mercy or forgiveness is like Ezra Miller said, that actor who's so troubled, but he said something that was, someone asked him in an interview, and I don't know why they asked him this, but it was like, do you think that there's anything that's unforgivable? And he said no, because I think anything that someone does is something that under the right conditions we can also imagine ourselves doing, because we're all human.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, the action of forgiveness crucially involves an attempt to understand why did a person do what they did. There's that almost like proverb, like that to know or to understand all is to forgive all. I really think that's true. I don't understand how one can understand why something had to happen and then still have the normative attitude of judgment toward it, such that what happened should not have happened, you know? And so I think it's in the understanding, which can even, you know, often people don't understand themselves very much, right? And yet, at least in Christian theology, there's this idea that you know, you're really seeking God in everything that you do. So whether or not you understand it, was there actually something Godward in what you did? You're in the image of God, aren't you? So there should be. So let's look for it. And then it's like, but you know, we don't necessarily know the answer until we ask the question. On some level, it's like that level of reality doesn't exist until the observer poses the question or something like that. But I see that as the action of the atonement increasingly. Something about like it's a true sight that comes from love that also involves the justification for sin in as much as it perceives like the rationale, or like in as much as it understands or comprehends what was actually Godward in the sin.
Let me ask you something, Cal. So it's easy to, and this is kind of what you're saying, or at least what I'm hearing. It's easy to imagine that being finite is to err, because just the state of being finite is you don't know everything, you can't know everything, and therefore you're going to make mistakes. Now, okay, so there's making mistakes, and then there's sinning, and maybe there's a big difference. So where you maybe you don't care anymore, and you purposely go out of your way to do what is wrong. But maybe there's even a deeper reason why you'd be doing that, is because, like you're saying, like in everything we're fundamentally trying to seek God. Okay. So it's easy to see how like being finite itself just means you're going to sin. So there's even the Jesus prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. It's just like, I just have a state, since I'm finite, I am a sinner because I can't help but make these errors. And so God is gracious and compassionate, full of mercy and forgiving. But we have Christ who is finite and doesn't sin. So apparently there's a way of being finite and not erring. So what is that? Does that make sense?
At every moment.
Gavin, you cut in.
My internet.
Yeah, Gavin's cutting in and out. Kyle, are you still there?
I'm here. Did Gavin by any chance say by being humble at every moment?
I don't know. By being humble.
Yeah, well, I sort of see two questions in what you said. Like the first was a question of am I saying something to the effect that, you know, we should just recognize that it's in our nature to sin, and you know, but also, you know, what does it mean that Christ was well, see, even theologically, you don't say that he's a human being, or a human person. You say that he's a divine person with a divine nature and a human nature. So that's already a little bit complicated. But Christ was a divine person with a human nature who did not sin. And so, I mean, he's fully human. So theoretically, it's possible to be human and not sin, right? Look, I'm going to get into this more in the future. Now, it's probably, you know, if I try to explain it now, it's the way is going to be fraught with peril. But how I would try to explain it is if you have a nature, a human being who is not sinning, they're fully integrated on some level. They're integrated enough to always let go and let God. They might even do things which in retrospect they feel were you know, bad decisions, but based on the information they had at the time was the best thing they could have done, and they don't have any conflict about it. They don't have any regrets, etc.
They would say, not my will, but yours be done.
Say, not my will, but yours be done. Yes.
Christ says in the garden.
Yes, in relation to everything. And I think that whenever we find ourselves, you know, conscious of having sinned, you know, it was because we were trying to know and own and predict and control in a way that was sort of overstepping the bounds of, you know, what we should be concerned with, or things like that. And I think that usually you find that this comes from weakness.
What comes from weakness?
The inability to surrender and trust God and live in accordance with your highest ideal. Every time that you sin, if you really attend to it, it comes from a kind of weakness or fear or unwillingness to face up to the reality of one's situation. But if one was integrated and really finished in one's humanity, then one would have the resources within oneself, like something like the attentional resources ultimately, because that's how I increasingly view the atonement. It's a sacrifice of one's attention, a negating of oneself on some level in order to allow something other than oneself to be, and to be the center of one's attention. You know, you have the resources within yourself to make the sacrifice of attention that you and I cannot make because of our weakness. But I think that whatever we see in creation that is not yet integrated is something unfinished that God plans to finish, as it were, on the other side of. And so, in other words, just because it's not finished yet doesn't mean that it isn't God's plan to make it whole or integrated or complete, the way that Christ from the very beginning was. It was as if, like in a process theist sense or an open theist sense, God's knowledge did not embrace everything in the beginning in the same way that one can't ever really, let's say, materialize or realize all the members of an infinite set. One can't count to the number at the end of infinity or see to the end of an infinite series. There was in the beginning a sort of known will, but also an unknown will, something that is outside of God's ken, so that he can experience it as an other to himself at all, because he desires the experience of interacting with another. That's why he created creation. But in the end, his knowledge will enfold us, as much as his knowledge enfolded Christ, or like he will unite with us as hypostatically as he has been united with Christ, like in the beginning, so to speak. But the other weird thing about eternity is like, it really gets a lot into this, like how prospectively there can be freedom or indeterminacy, but then retrospectively there has to be necessity or determinacy. And so there's a way that like things are so to speak becoming eternal. Contingent things are reaching a state where they are retrospectively seen to have always been necessary, and in that sense to have always existed. And so there's a way that there's a way that like simultaneously you are on a trajectory toward becoming God, and that you're sort of eternally already God, or at least as much God, or God in the same way as Jesus Christ was and is. So
I wanted to just add that it's easier to forgive when you believe that it's all part of God's plan. Like, and you can say, like, when the thing happens that you maybe had resentment for, you could say, well, thank God for that. And so if you believe God is good and it's all part of God's plan, it becomes easier to forgive even if you don't understand.
Yeah,
it sure does. It's like a down payment on providence. It's well, it is faith, right? And the atonement is part, is related to that as well, in the sense that you're taking an advance on like the final reconciliation of all things. Like you're just trusting that it will occur, even if you don't presently see the way that it will. And in some sense, your willingness to do that is the necessary condition for us all reaching together that final stage where everything is integrated and put together in the right way. That's a kind of strange looping, because I'm sure that there's all kinds of like strange looping, sort of paradoxical things about the way that it works as far as like the interaction between time and eternity.
Did you, Cal, did you weigh in on like this general ideas? Like the backdrop of this conversation for me right now was something like war and violence. Like, do you, when that person comes into your house, is there, it's like, when is the time for forgiveness, or it's like, and can you be forgiving while you're sitting there trying to defend yourself or your family and your loved ones?
Yeah, I once kind of basically lost a friend over the question of whether Jesus would kill someone in self-defense. My friend thought so, and I always thought the whole point of the Gospels is that he didn't and wouldn't.
Yeah.
But we're not Jesus. But at the same time, what is the limit that you're aspiring toward?
Well, could we use less than lethal weapons? Could we use, if I had a trank gun?
I respect that, and I on one level, let me answer it like this: like yes, yes, and that's what I would try to do. On another level, this reminds me of like whenever, like as little kids, like you run into like the scenario where like, okay, or like it's a real life scenario where like people crash landed in the Andes mountains and like they had to eat each other in order to survive for like 100 days or whatever. And then you say, well, what would you do in that situation? Well, in that situation, I would simply not have crashed into the Andes mountains. If we can stipulate that, then everything is golden. But on some level, in other words, in the question of whether or not to use lethal force, the more interesting variations of this question are assuming that you can't actually disarm them non-lethally.
Yeah, and then to the systems thinking, is there a way to have even prevented the situation of happening in the first place?
Yes, indeed, and you can't prevent everything like that. So the question, you don't escape it. You don't. So it's kind of like the George MacDonald thing, where it's like the protagonist is given some all-important piece of advice, and he says, "Oh, but what if I forget this advice?" And the answer is, well, then some evil that is good for you will follow. It's like, well, that sounds good. So what if I remember? Then some evil that is not good for you will not follow. So either I live in accordance with my ideal, and make the unimaginable sacrifice of like actually like being a martyr for Christ, or I commit a sin and I'm forgiven for it. But it's like, if you believe enough in providence, you think that even that is sort of some necessary outworking of God's plan for you to really become a son of God in the way that he has always envisioned you becoming. You're going to learn something from that you couldn't have learned from any other experience, kind of deal. I mean, it's all so much easier said than done, that
well, it's happening. Like, it's happening to people in the world, and then it's like, well, are we supposed to say thank God for that? And then, like, what do we do about it? And I mean, obviously, pray and seek to know the will of God. That would be nice.
Yeah, the only issue it comes up, like I was talking about this with my friend, with Jason, where let me see if I can remember. It's like, there's a question of whether you have humility before man and whether you have humility before God. And you might say, well, I don't have humility before man, but I do have humility before God. Therefore, if God commands me to forgive my fellow man, I can do it because God commanded me. Except that if you don't have humility before man, i.e., if you don't love man, then probably your conception of God is going to be such that he doesn't command you to do any such thing. And you find that, I don't want to take really right now like a firm side on the whole Israel-Palestine thing, because my views are complicated, but suffice it to say, the mullahs and the teachers over there are very often not saying that you need to, forgive the occupiers of, what was formerly your land. And it's you're gonna believe in a God that kind of serves your ulterior and your subconscious desires on some level. I don't want to sound too. The problem is I'm so sleep deprived right now. I can't really put my thoughts into words properly, so I'm sounding more cynical than I really am.
There's this interesting thing or aspect of the book of Job where, so in the first two chapters, the first chapter, all these disasters befall Job. He loses all of his livestock and wealth, and then his children die. And then in the second chapter, he's given this terrible skin disease. And so after the first set of disasters, he says, God gives and God takes away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. The Lord gives, the Lord takes away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Seems to be this kind of trust in God that, we would aspire to. And Job it's already been told us that Job is a righteous man and a good man. And so he has this proper response of trusting God. And then the skin disease happens and his wife says some words to him. And Job, by all accounts, seems to just be waiting to die. He's just sitting on the dung heap. He said his last words, which were, blessed be the name of the Lord. and then he's still here. And so this starts to boil up in him, and then his wife is like a catalyst, and her words sort of begin something that happens in Job that results in him lamenting his life. He's like, then why was I ever born? And then he calls out and he's like, I wish the day I was born was darkness. I wish I never came out of the womb. I wish, so the disaster wasn't just like, oh, things used to be good and now they're bad. I wish things were good again. It was like, this undoes everything that my life was about. Like, I don't know what life is about. And so, anyway, so then the friends are there and then they get into this discussion about what is going on. And I forget what my initial point was. See, this is the problem.
Well, I think where we left off was I was talking about how some people's conception of God is not such that God is commanding them to forgive.
Well, I think I was thinking about this idea of like trusting God. So like we all aspire to trust that which is beyond our capability of understanding. And it's interesting because people will say like that's the point of the whole book of Job, is that Job had to understand at the very end that you should trust God no matter what, even in the face of this disaster.
Yeah.
But what we see in chapter 1 is that he does trust God. It's just that he doesn't know what's going on anymore. And so then he basically stays silent until his wife says something to him. And even in the Septuagint, there's a longer version of, because she says like two sentences, like one short line. In the Septuagint, she has a whole like half a chapter or something where she's like, and in that, I think Job has been sitting on his dung heap for like 40 years, just silent, just waiting for God to take him. And she's like going out into town and trying to collect food and taking care of him and doing all this stuff. And she finally has enough. And then in the Septuagint, that's when Job starts to lament. But so like, it wasn't about trusting God because Job already trusted God, but there's this idea of that I don't know if this helps anything, but there's an idea that this is all hidden. Like no one really knows. Like even Satan makes the accusation and of that like it isn't really, Job doesn't really love you. He doesn't trust you. He's just getting a lot of material benefit because of, you just give him all this stuff and he trusts and loves you. What's up with that? And so somehow all this has to be like unhidden. And how do you do that other than by this sort of breaking that Job goes through? And then all of a sudden after this, so after the whole ordeal, and then Job is allowed to sit, and then he laments, and then he makes this argument with his friends and like all this stuff. But all of a sudden what happens, or what kind of man Job is apparent to all. Like that's why the book is written, is because Job, like if it was just a righteous rich man that lived, and then he grew up and died full of years and wealth, we would not have a book about that. It's just not interesting. But because Job goes through this, all of a sudden he's praised for his patience, and which is interesting. But anyway, he gets praised because he goes through all this, and now all of a sudden it's known to everyone that Job is this kind of man. So there's this strange process of things being hidden and then revealed, and then hidden and revealed, that like if I do trust in God, that has to be made known somehow. And or if God wants that to be made known, like it's got to be made known somehow through some circumstance. And that revealing of, let's say a trust I have in God is something that God wants in the world, but that involves like some sort of suffering, and then like all of a sudden the suffering isn't for me. It isn't to build anything in me. It isn't to benefit me. We often say like, whatever doesn't kill me will make me stronger. Sometimes what doesn't kill you doesn't make you stronger. Sometimes it makes you weaker. And there's even a tradition where Job retains his skin disease for the rest of his life. But sometimes you're broken for other people. And so the revealing of Job's trust and the revealing of what kind of man he is actually makes the world a better place. Like it renews the world. And that's this sort of strange thing. Like how else does God reveal that other than through, this kind of process? And so, obviously there's a direct correlation there to what Christ did and that. And I don't know if any of that made sense, but
it recalls what Christ said about like there's nothing hidden that won't be revealed. And it also recalls what Christ said when he said that when they asked him who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind, and he said neither sinned. It was his being born blind was just so that the glory of God could be manifest in his healing. There's a certain way where one almost sees the purpose of the hiddenness as just instrumentally for the sake of its being revealed somehow.
Right.
It's like what Jacob and Hezi we were talking about when Moses talks to God and God says, I can't show you my face, I have to show you my back. The nod of his tefillin, his phylactery. It was as if God was saying there that, like, if you could see that in virtue of which my face and my back are one, because the knot is tying the the front, to the back, then you would be seeing my face, because his face is too non-dual and infinite to just be one side of something. But it's also like if you could see the purpose in the suffering, you wouldn't actually be suffering. On some level, you have to suffer. The mode in which God wields the scalpel is a mode where it has to hurt.
I just wanted to say bye to you guys and thank you for
thanks, Gavin,
getting on stream. And I really enjoyed listening in and being able to contribute. So thank you.
Yeah, it was
I'm
good
glad. I'm glad for the opportunity to have spoken to you. I've seen you on a number of videos before, and I wanted the chance to talk to you earlier. Oops.
Well, hopefully we'll do it again. But yeah, I'm going to listen to this some more, probably at a future date when my internet's better. All right. Bye-bye.
Man. Yeah. And even like the way you framed it is similar to the way, well, it doesn't make God look good. We'll just put it that way. It becomes very difficult to see the good that God is doing. And so this is even like, I think, a feature of the book of Job where Job, most of the time for most people, Job comes out looking good. Like he's endured something absolutely awful, and look at the kind of man he is. And so there's this admiration of Job that you get after going through the book that wasn't there at the beginning when he was sitting in his riches and his blessedness. And so, but the interesting thing is that there's a hidden, so that sort of hiddenness about Job, the thing that was hidden is now revealed in through Job. There's also something hidden about God, and that's like his his wisdom and his own intentions, and like what is God doing? That's all hidden, and it's even kind of hidden till the end of the book. You kind of see a little bit of it, and it in God's speech, where God speaks about creation. He speaks about, and it's just full of imagery about birth and oh, Cal dropped out. It's full of imagery about birth and life and everything being created, and so that hiddenness of God and like what his intentions are it's like when Moses was having to see the back of God. Like you don't get to see his face. You don't get to see him like just straightforward. You end up seeing him. Oh, here he is. You there, Cal?
Yes, sorry, I got messed up.
I was having a monologue for a minute, like a supervillain.
We were having to monologue about the Book of Job, which is your least favorite topic.
I know it always turns this way, but I don't know. I mean, the reason why I brought it up is because it has that twist in it that like when we're talking about like the relationship,
his intentions remain hidden until the very end, even beyond the end, so to speak.
Yeah, and well, and the interesting thing is that the hiding, like Chesterton says this sort of. He doesn't say it in these words, but the hiding of God's intentions gives us a hint about his intentions. Mm-hmm. And Chesterton describes it like a door being closed, but light leaking through the cracks of the door, like that you could see something good on the other side possibly, but the door is closed. And so there's this impenetrability of God. But even in the book, he raises Job up as someone to be admired almost at the cost of himself, at his own reputation. Because what it says at the very end, it says that all the friends and family of Job come to him at the end and comfort him because they saw the evil that the Lord had done to him. And so God doesn't necessarily come out looking like a good guy in the eyes of the population, but he raises Job up as someone to be admired. And now, but here's the thing, Job saw God and understood this. So Job acts as this mediator now because he's got the admiration of the people, and they restore him and they give him gold and whatever. Now God has a trustworthy mediator in order to hopefully build a relationship between him and the people. At least that's how I see it. And so, but you just get the hint of that intention in the book. Like you don't, it's still sort of hidden. And so, yeah, so.
No, it's super interesting. It's interesting how maybe this is a Jewish Christian difference, but in the Old Testament you get the idea that God does evil. That seems pretty clear. And yet that's not incompatible with his being good. So you have the idea of a good God who can do evil things almost. Because when she tells him to euphemistically bless God and die.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason she's saying that is that you're always normatively supposed to see God as good and speak of God as good. But in the New Testament it says that in him God is pure light, in him there's no darkness at all and no shadow of turning.
Mm-hmm.
And I think both can be right. You're just talking about sort of the right and the left hand of God, is sort of his active will and his passive will or whatever. But
I don't even like those categories of his permissive will and his whatever will.
Well, I think in the end everything has to be seen as his active will is the point, because where he's omnipotent and omniscient, there's a way that whatever he allows is just the same as whatever he wills, because there's nothing that's going to happen where we can absolutely say of it at the in the last analysis that it would be better if that thing that God allowed hadn't happened. Because even if you say there was some reason why it had to happen, contingently to allow certain other circumstances to occur, that either amounts to a justification for it, or we just end up asking, like, why didn't God simply create some world where it didn't happen? Because he didn't have to create this world at all.
Yeah.
But there's a kind of, again, I think a kind of strange looping logic where in some sense God is, you might even say, to the extent that there's a self-other relationship involved here at all, God is discovering our will to have been his will from the beginning almost. It's quite interesting, because any God who can have any sort of negative reaction toward what we do, who can be wounded by our sin, is a God who in some sense doesn't see everything. He doesn't see the reason why it had to happen, because to perceive the reason why it had to happen is to know why why it should have happened, and why it was good.
Yeah. And well, and I think it's like you get a picture of God serving creation, and so everything has its own being that's real, and he serves it rather than trying to control it and manipulate it and order everything as if he was running a giant machine. There's a the friends argue from the point of view of like this sort of cause and effect. Job, if you do the right thing, then God will do this. If you do this other thing, God will do this. Like, it's very like cause and effect. And there's an interesting word in the very beginning of Job. I think it's chinam, something like that, the Hebrew, where, so the first time it shows up is in Satan's accusation against Job. He said, so God says, look at Job. He loves me. And Satan says, yeah, but does he love you without reason, without a cause? And so that without reason, without a cause is that word chinam. And so he says, there's a cause for that. There's a reason for it. And then the word shows up again when in the second conversation between God and Satan after the first disasters. God then says to Satan, he says, Job still holds on to his integrity, despite the fact that you made me destroy him without reason, without a cause. And so God's saying, like, this has all happened for no reason at all. There's no reason for this. And I think there's something in that, and it has to do kind of what we were talking about in the earlier when we were talking about forgiveness. Like, forgiveness has to be without a reason. It has to be almost uncaused, like it just has to be. You know what I mean? And
you could earn the forgiveness or the grace, then it wouldn't be grace, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure that. And then also in
but go ahead.
Well, in sort of the without cause means there's some sort of agency. There's like a reality to agency that's real. Like, you can make decisions that are not like, that are free. That aren't like it's not a part of a giant machine or a system. All of a sudden everything comes to life in a way that if you're trapped in sort of like a moralistic sort of retributive, justice machine, then like, it's just cause and effect. And nothing in the, but then it gets to I don't know. I just wanted to point that out because I see that happening in the book. It's like undermining this sort of like this idea of a spiritual system or a spiritual machine, or even the world as a machine or a system that can be sort of, you just, if you get all the parts right, then you'll figure out how to game it, or how to not falter or any of that.
I think that you're making a lot of sense. I wish that circumstances were better for me to really engage with you on this topic, but right now I feel like I have to run.
No, that's good.
Maybe if you stay on, someone else will join you, and I'll keep listening.
Yeah,
But
I'll stay on for a few minutes.
Yeah, I never, just the stars are never in alignment for me to really hop on one of these and engage properly with you guys. But I enjoy everything that you have to say about the Book of Job, because like Jason, I think that there's a way that you tackle this imagistically and at a level that is really it's much simpler and much truer, and yet somehow it's really hard for us. It's hard for most people to engage with the subject of theology on the level that you guys engage with it, and myself certainly included. But I think that you guys are always seeing the big picture in a way that's helpful for the rest of us.
Well, dude, Kyle, I just love it every time I get to talk to you, man. It's super fun.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, try to stay on and see if someone else can hop
yeah, we'll
in.
see what happens.
All right. Take care.
All right, see you, Cal. Man, I think this stream has been going for like 3 hours and 50 minutes. It's taken a lot of turns, and it may be coming to the end. I'll probably stay on here for a couple minutes and see what happens. But oh, we got a Chad.
Oh,
what's up, dudes?
Hello, dude. How are you, man?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good. I just got done with work kind of early because
nice.
Can't really do much after you waterproof. You have to really let that stuff sit for a while.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I got work that I probably should be doing, but it's good to chat with everyone. It's super fun. I got on to kind of like rescue or just because they needed someone in here to keep it going when Hezi and Yosef and Paul were all in here, and then kind of kept going. Oh, I didn't mean to put that comment up. Did you put that one up?
No, I don't know how to put comments up. I don't think I have the power to do so.
Chad saved him. I wouldn't mind hearing Jess monologue on how the creature Job is God's wisdom. I mean, I think the easiest way to do it is, well, for me, you have to go to, I don't know if it's like directly apparent I think you can intuit it, or you can kind of at least get to the idea that possibly Job is God's wisdom, that man is God's wisdom. But it makes it really clear in Christ, and even like William Blake does this. So like when God appears in the whirlwind, William Blake has him seeing Christ, but it's like it's this strange image because it looks like, you know, how you would picture God the Father with a big beard, and he's in the whirlwind like this. He's not on the cross. He's just has his arms out in a crucifix pattern. But And you know, there's that whole scripture about Christ being the foundation of the world. And so you, by adding that in there, you kind of like, oh, like Job's just not going through this in order, you know, I was just talking about how God is kind of raising Job up to be admired. It's not necessarily for Job's sake, it's for the sake of the world, and that they should pay attention to this man, Job. And through him, he becomes like a mediator from all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a way in which Job, when he sees God in the world, when he sees Christ, and he realizes that like what he's going through is what God goes through in order for everything to be created in the beginning. So there's a sacrifice that God makes in order that the world is created. And, you know, it definitely plays with the concepts of time, that Christ is creating the world on the cross, but you don't even have to go that far where time is centered on the cross. You can even just say God knew he was going to have to do this if he was going to create the world, and he decided to go through with it. He decided it was all going to be worth it. And so God has to do this in order, you know, for creation to be. And so when Job sees God, and, you know, and I see this all in the Psalms too, God serving creation, God allowing things to be and having things grow. And you see it in the Genesis account when he says, let there be according to its kind, let there be, and things would emerge and grow up at the word of God. That Job, in effect, through his suffering and whatever, is actually getting a first person account of what it's like to be God. So that's about as far as I can talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
To summarize it.
Well, so one time when you and Sherry were doing the Job series in the beginning, there was a part that had my imaginary wheels going when Sherry talked about how, you know, it's like the adversary or Satan or whatever, or Lucifer or whatever, is like just kind of like walking around kicking stones bored, you know, and then and then God's like, hey, you want something to do? And he's like, see my boy Job over there, and yada yada, and the whole thing goes down. And what I was thinking about, and what I've often thought about, was like this whole demonstration was to actually open Lucifer's eyes to actual truth. And then I have an image of him like being like, well, shit, you're right. And then him kind of like surrendering and quitting his job to do something more righteous. And then the next demon steps in his place. And like, that's what humanity does through God. It's like a constant demonstration of, and until every last one. So like, not even us as being the last sheep, but his angels. So I don't know, because I don't know if that's, you know, theologically correct, or it probably isn't, but it's an image that I have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say there's something to that in terms of like just for the reconciliation of all things.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the fallen angels will have to be reconciled in the end, and they'll be reconciled through man. So like there's that weird, I don't know where it is, but where Paul talks about, you know, we're made a little lower than the angels, but now we will judge the angels, that kind of thing. And yeah, there's some mysterious stuff there for sure. Sherry talks about that a little bit.
There's a Nick like this Nick Cave documentary where he ends up going into making sculptures, little figurines, and there's like a whole series, and they're telling a story, and what it is, it's like the adversary, and he like is him as a young boy, and then him as a young rich ruler, and he goes through all these things, him as a husband and a father who fails, and all these different things, and in the end, he's I think he's laying by a river, um, feeble and dying, and a little boy comes up to him and breathes life in him or something like this, and forgives him or something like this. And I just really love that imagery, and like I love the imagery because there's a lot of, I think, um, hope, even if it's foolish hope. I think there's a lot of hope in it, and I think it beats the hell out of like, you know, taking the opposite stance of being on a firing line and ready to battle. I mean, that's appropriate sometimes, but I think there's other times um, where sometimes, well, just like every great revelation or experience I've ever had is completely different than what I would have mapped out or thought about, or and
Yeah.
that's to me the essence of God and Christ and the power of it, and that's the only way it can be.
Yeah, it's completely beyond us. And so these things, when they come to us, are complete surprises. They're complete surprises, and they're also like complete common sense sometimes. It's like,
Right.
oh yeah, I should have known that, and now I know it. For at least some things are like that.
Well, here's a weird question.
Okay.
If if the existence of the universe depended upon you dying for Satan, would you do it?
If what? The existence of the universe
depended upon you dying for Satan, like basically
giving up
throwing
my
yourself
life
on a
for
grenade.
Satan's life.
Yeah, like jumping on a grenade, let's say.
Yeah.
It's a weird question, but I mean, that's
it's
what
just the
Christ
question:
did, right?
It's like, would you die for your enemy?
Right.
Yeah.
But like, not only your enemy, but the enemy of all.
Yeah. Right. Well, this is like this thing about, like, it seems to me like Christianity in the end is a joke. That like you do die, and then they change, and then you don't really die. Like then you live. And like that's the whole joke, is like death has this transformative power and it's not real. And so like that's the thing. But you have to go into death not knowing what's through the other side. Like you have no, like you have no guarantees, like you have no control over it. But God does. And so this is like the whole joke. Is like he just remembers you. And then I think here, 1 second.
Okay. So, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 852. What do you think it is? Let's see if we can find any comments here. Mm. Hey, Corey. Nope, you guys are way off. Why'd you aim so high? I'm really interested in that.
Okay, what happened while I was gone?
Well, I was asking, I said, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 852. And I was just wondering if people would guess what it is.
657.
Why did you guys aim so high? Everybody aimed super high. I went with 14.
14 out of 867?
52.
852?
Yeah. But it's just interesting. Everybody aimed high, so I guess we're all aiming high around here.
And no one ever picks a number like 100.
Mm-hmm.
Like it always has to end in like a 4 or a 7 or something. Like it can't end in a 0 or a 5 or even a 2.
Well, were you ever asked to pick between a number between 1 and 852?
Mm-mm.
Do you think that that's the first time that that's ever happened in the entire history of things?
That's the first time you've ever asked me that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
In the history of the universe.
Mm-hmm. That's happening all the time. You know that?
What?
This completely unique occurrences, and like I really believe in this thing. Like there literally is nothing that is there is literally only one thing of anything. Like there's no replicated things.
No.
Yeah, right.
This is the most unique thing that's ever happened, Chad.
Yeah. Maybe this timeline just, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, because I was thinking about this. There's like this band I've been listening to a lot, and they talked about.
Is it Sleep Token?
It is. I love that band a lot, dude.
I know you do.
There's this lyric that they have where he says something about being caught in a quantum pattern, and I was like, what the hell is a quantum pattern? But then, like in the context of the rest of the lyric, I was thinking about it. Like, is a quantum pattern like an image in your mind? You know, like, but it's not. It's not a physical body.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was thinking about that as it relates to even the images in our mind. I don't think are ever replicated exactly.
No, everything's unique.
Yeah, I think we're annoying Phlebas.
Will the next Job video include Sherry? Possibly. We need to have another conversation about it. But I'm also going to make solo videos too about Job.
Yeah, I'd like to see if we can extract some process out of there.
Yeah, I want to figure that out because I don't know how to do it without, like, I need people to read through the book of Job with me, and no one wants to. Well, and the people that do get annoyed with me. So I did it with a guy's Bible study, and it was like, I'll be honest, it was like painful. Kind of specifically because of one guy, my friend. But even him, like, it wasn't that he wasn't being unreasonable at all. So it wasn't like that. But then other guys would just like, there's another guy. I love him. He's older than me. But he was just like, he was just like happy that we were reading the Bible, and he'd just be like, "Isn't that great?" Like, and we're reading some parts, and some parts are just terrible. And you're like, he would be like, "I'm just so thankful for God," and he would go off on this thankfulness thing. You're like, "This is the worst scripture I think I've ever read in my life, and this is terrible. And like, how are we going to deal with this?" And he's just like,
Oh man.
and so like, I don't know what to do with that. Sometimes like he like on one level, I was like, he's just happy about this. But then the other level is like, he's not really engaging at this level that I was hoping to engage it in. But I don't know what to do at that point. And so you just move on or whatever. But
Yeah, you keep striving to get like that guy, because I tell you, I meet guys like that and I think, man, I wish that I was. I don't know what it is. I can't tell. Is he stupid, or is he just so connected that he's that blessed? And then I wonder, I don't think all of us are meant to be. Imagine if we were all like that. You know,
maybe we could do an online. Well, because here's the thing that I want to do, Chad. I want to do like what you're talking about with the AA and how they were going through the book of James, and that the book of James like was doing something among the group, and then they just had to like sort of pay attention, and then it sort of like it condensed into the AA stuff. And I was wondering if the same thing could happen with the book of Job. Like maybe we could get like an online group going.
Yeah,
and
you'd have to be assertive though.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm okay at running a group, but sometimes I'm like a little bit too passive, or I don't know. So I don't know if I'm the right person to do this, but I think it would be interesting, because I think like it's literally going through the book of Job, just reading through it, obviously talking through things, trying to make sense of it as go through, but not in a way that's like we're not, I don't know. Just going through it provides healing, and it does something to you. Like going through, because there's all these like ups and downs and movements that happen, and just going through that, like I feel like it does something to you, and I feel like it especially well, my hypothesis is that it's to help people heal from trauma, from like disasters that happen in their lives.
Yeah.
And so like in the same way that maybe like the AA stuff, like people going through the steps can deal with their alcoholism, and not only deal with it, but then have a thriving life. I think going through the book of Job helps people I don't know, deal with their trauma somehow, come into a bigger world, find a place to be that where whatever it is doesn't, and it doesn't even have to be like a major disaster. It would just be the trauma of just existing. You could be traumatized just enough by just being born. And I think that's kind of the point. You don't have to have...
some of the greatest traumas are these ones that we don't even notice that we're swimming in.
Yeah.
Like the fact that I have to wake up every day and drive to work. I know that sounds extreme, but I mean, there are times where it's like that, like, is this as good as it gets? Like what the hell? So it's that can be a trauma of sorts. I think, like listening to you and Sherry go through it, but one of the first things you started to do, which I love that you extracted out of it, that like here's this guy Job, he's like, you really broke down all the numbers of the beasts that he owned, and what those might have meant, and like that makes it come alive. And then what like if we were doing this in an AA study, like we would like lay our own experience up against it where we can, and say like, where am I like this or whatever. And so what you would probably, maybe a way to do it would be to how like maybe something like using the 4 Ps. How do I map myself onto each of these characters that are in the book of Job?
Mm-hmm.
And how am I like the adversary? How am I like Job's
Mm-hmm.
wife? How am I like Job himself, or even any of his friends? Or is there a tornado that has come through in my life that has destroyed my family? Where the robbers? All these different things. So you kind of like
Right.
lay it up against like that, and then kind of have uh, something like that, and then maybe the more that you guys do it, you can start to find not a system, but like a type of process. Maybe you just develop a process where people are able to lay themselves up against something like that in a way
Yeah.
that is easily accessible.
That's interesting because that would mean like, so the first 2 chapters are about Job's sort of disasters. And it would basically, you could read through those and then go through with the group. Because it could even be just the trauma of like growing up, like losing your childhood, however that is. Like you can have a great childhood and then eventually you're just growing up and you're like, what the hell happened?
Mm-hmm.
You lost your imagination. And then there's
Mm-hmm.
all the stuff that can go wrong that will just kick you out of your childhood because of abuse or whatever it is. And, but so, maybe you could, just do exactly what you're talking about. Like, then you go around and basically, would you share among the group like some of these things, or maybe you wouldn't even need to necessarily, but maybe at least write it down or something for yourself and start to identify, how life was basically good at some point, something happened, and now life isn't as, now you're dealing with something, and then whatever that is, big or small or whatever, at least you could map it onto the book then.
And then you tell your friends. So you
And then
map it first, and
mm-hmm.
then you tell the people that you're in this group with, and they're going to be your friends, like Job's friends. Watch what happens. Everybody kind of does that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have subjecting yourselves, each of you, to potentially playing out the role. Now, this can get really weird, but you can play out the role of each of his friends. Like, so let's say I lay out the tragedy of my life, and then you go and you be one of Job's friends, and you say, well, here, did you think of this? Was it this or whatever?
Yeah, and once you go through something, you already have those like almost immediately. Like I've seen this happen in groups. So there's this one guy, he had an outburst in a Bible study I was in, and because he had a school teacher job where he was teaching basically special ed type kids that had like mental instability and all kinds of stuff, and it I think it traumatized him, and it's reached the level for him, it's like theological, where he's like, what about these kids, like why did God create them? Why did here they are, they're like hurting themselves and others and all this stuff, they don't have a chance, like why did God make them, and what are their purpose, and like seriously like deep questions that our little Sunday morning Bible study isn't ready for. But almost immediately I even noticed inside myself and in my own head, my responses to him, I had a couple responses that were kind of like Job and kind of sympathetic. I also had some responses that were like Eliphaz. I had some responses that were like, I even thought, I was like, what if he did something really terrible? Like when he would like, and this is like an outburst of repression about something bad that he did, well, whatever. And I'm like, oh, I'm just assuming, like, that's exactly what Job's friends do to him. Right. And so like, so that was just me. And then the other guys in the room, they were offering their own responses to it. They're like, oh, God always works things out and And I'm like, that's exactly what the friends are saying. Like these things immediately like come up as soon as something bad happens, because we're all trying to explain it away. Yeah, so that's great. That's really good.
but like what's interesting is like you weren't able you weren't able to really see how you were Job's friends until you were saying this stuff out loud, or and then you're like, oh, but then he has the responses which are impossible, which are like, yeah, but dude, what about the kids,
Yeah.
and so like in order to play this this experiment out, you'd have to like if I'm gonna bring you all my stuff, I'm gonna play Job, and I'm gonna stick to my guns on this. I'm not gonna move at
Yeah.
all. I can't, like, that's the rule for me being the Job, and when you're Job, you have to stick to it.
Yeah, that's good.
And then
Yeah,
when
because him saying like, what about the kids? They don't have a chance. That's Job. Like, there's I know what chapter that is, where Job says, like, look at the oppressed. They don't have a chance,
Right.
So,
well, I mean, this is a way of kind of walking. I mean, who knows if it'll work, but it is potential way of walking through. I mean, this is kind of what we do with fourth and fifth step. Like in the fourth step, you make an inventory of all the people that you're resentful against,
right.
and you list what the cause was. Um, Chase, and the cause was he beat me up every day, made fun of me, humiliated me. And this is what it caused in me. It made me feel insecure. It affected my personal relationships, my self-esteem, and eventually maybe even some of my sexual relationships as I would grow older, because I like have the particular way of how I look at myself, all this
Mm-hmm.
different kinds of stuff. And then once I do that, I have a whole list of these. And for me, there was like 180 of them. And then I'm supposed to take this action where I'm kind of step outside of my experience and think, how am I just like this person? You know, like
Mm-hmm.
have I been like Chase? I was like, hell yeah, I have. Well, when Chase was doing those things, do you think that he was really connected to God? Do you think he really was like spiritually well, let's say? And it's like, no. Well, then you have to ask yourself, well, could it have been any other way? It's like, no. I don't like that answer, but no.
Right.
And because if he was connected in the right way, there's no way he would be harmful like that to you.
Right.
And then so you have to kind of concede that, well, when you're spiritually sick, you do bad things to other people sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
and so do other people, and so then it's like, shit. And then after that, I'm to say a prayer, which is, God, save me from being angry, help me to show this person the same patience, pity, and tolerance that I would cheerfully grant a sick person. And then from there, I'm supposed to list my mistakes as it relates to Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where was I afraid? Where was I dishonest? Where was I self-seeking? And where was I selfish?
Hmm.
And then once I do that, I see, oh, I'm actually playing the game that he's playing too. And so all that is to like kind of maybe not let somebody off the hook, but maybe to see how life is a mess sometimes.
Yeah.
So that'd be how you kind of, I think, would want to do this Job exercise, to find a way of doing it like that, where
It's almost like a role play.
yeah, in a sense. And then you have to go all the way through to the end where, we have to ask ourselves, were we there when he made the ostrich? It's like, shit. No, we weren't there. All right, guys, I'm going to think of another number. The number is going to be between 852 and 6001. Tell me what you think it is. The number is between 852 and 6001.
All right.
Hey. All right. Well, nobody decided to play it, but I said number between 852 and 6001.
Luke's just going with like the straight number.
Damn. See, you came
6,000.
close, Luke, because see, I actually went 853.
853.
Mm-hmm. So that was fun. Well, this would be a good exercise to find some willing participants so we can actually see if there's something here. Because if you're aiming with a particular intention of how to play the role of this to actually do something, you'll find something. And then once you start to find it, you can start to help perfect that a little more. And then you're able to actually take it to people who have never experienced it before and say, hey, here's something that we tried. It really works, if in fact it does. And this is kind of the process of how we go through this. Would you be interested in doing that?
Yeah. No, that's really good, man. This is actually really helpful.
We got it on camera now, so that's good.
It's public.
Well, now, I mean, because we've talked somewhat about some of this stuff before, but I mean,
I know
how many times we talk about stuff and just forget about. I mean, how many great conversations have we had? Like with our friends around here.
Seems like
it's unbelievable. So, Rich, I remember one of my favorite conversations was one of the first I ever had with Luke. It was in the Discord, and I was like, oh, I'm really talking with Luke, and we were just vibing. And that was a really great conversation. I remember that one. I remember the conversation I had with Grim Grizz and Chino. I remember one time Pastor Paul prayed with me when my father-in-law was ill and in a coma, and I was weeping. I just remember all these really wonderful conversations, and even the ones that you guys have shared that we get to listen to. I feel connected to them, and I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, it's funny how even the ones that I just listened to, I'm there.
Mm-hmm. And what's weird is you can tell when it's not there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when it kind of just goes, meh.
You know what's weird is like when you're like when you find the conversation you're supposed to find whatever time, like you're not even aware of it, and then like you either log in or you see someone's channel and then you're like, oh, I'll check this out, because you can't watch everything, but whatever one you watch is like the one.
Yeah,
that's happened a bunch of times for me.
Oh man. Well, one with Jedediah and Sherry, I think it was like the first or second one they had. I was like, that one is so powerful to me.
Really?
Yeah, but even like some of this, like the more I stick around and talk with you guys, and like the more books I read, and the more other videos outside of this stuff that I encounter, and and like uh, really just strange books that I'll find and I'll listen to on Audible, I think, good God, there's so much stuff that it's the most understated thing to say. Like there is so much thought in the world. Unbelievable.
So much good stuff.
Oh yeah, dude. And we haven't even tasted the tip of the iceberg. Or the tip of the tip.
How do you taste a tip of an iceberg? You just lick once your tongue gets stuck to it?
Well, you got to face plant into it first. That's how you do
it. Doesn't that hurt?
No, I mean, sometimes it's like they say that the truth will set you free, but it'll ruin your day first.
I've never heard that before. That's funny.
That's how you taste the tip of the iceberg.
You gotta have your day ruined.
In the best way, it's like, son of a bitch. I cannot hide from that truth.
Well, God's not out here making perfect days for everyone. He's effing things up.
Or is he?
Or is he? Oh!
Oh. Haha.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the
with
thing.
that being said, I really probably, I'm gonna finish this cigarette while I talk to you, and then I should go.
All right,
Start
I'll go
closing
too
it.
when you go. So we'll wrap this all up.
All right.
So there's no more. Everyone stopped commenting.
That's all right.
All right.
We
If
hit
anyone
the
has a
point.
question for Chad as we finish up, let us know in the comments.
Yeah, I'd be willing to answer
subscribe.
any of them.
Thank you for tuning into Grail Country. Oh wait, what's the run time? Right now we're at 4 hours and 24 minutes.
4:24.
Okay. How about Chad puts the cigarette now and you stop? Ooh, Chad.
How about no, Luke? Well, I mean, we could just stop if you want. If he wants us to stop.
Yeah, Luke's on a lag.
He's commenting with all caps. Okay, like 1994 texted they want their caps back.
I like he still has. Did Lance make that meme for him back like 5 years ago?
Oh, is that the peppery one? Or the
Yeah, he's
salt?
like sprinkling woo on everything.
Yeah, that's my kind of Luke, man.
Was this a new record? Just saw y'all. We're still going. We're still going. We're about to close it up. We're about to shut down the bar. Can't stay here, or you don't have to go home, but can't stay here for Grail Country. What is this? A randos convo? Yep. Slackarius?
Slicarius.
I don't.
Makes me think of Toys R Us. Do you remember being a kid going to Toys R Us?
Dude, it was incredible.
Right?
Well, and Toys R Us was in this town like 2 hours away, so we didn't get to go there often. So when we went, it was like a huge deal.
Do you
And we always
remember?
got a toy. Yeah.
Do you remember how big the aisles looked as a kid? And they were so colorful, and the glass cases with the RC cars in them, they just looked amazing.
Do you remember that show where it was like a game show and it was in Toys R Us and they had like a cart and then they had a timer and then whatever the kid could put in the cart he got.
Yes.
That was like my dream. I was like if only I could do that and like I would walk the aisles of Toys R Us and imagining like putting everything that I wanted in the cart.
That's right. But I just like I can see it in my mind's eye now. It's like this really long aisle that with like an orange lighting and like cars, RC cars and display cabinets. And it just looked magical, man. And like the
You
endless
bought RC cars
possibilities.
when you went?
Well, yeah,
What kind of stuff did you get?
every once in a while, my mom's boyfriend would get us these cars. Now, this is the problem with thinking that the people who raise you are assholes because they weren't always assholes, you know. And he had a really good heart, and part of it was he really wanted to play with these cars too. So
That helps.
But I mean, yeah, we had, we didn't get the high end RC stuff, but whatever we got was great, you know. So
I always remember just getting Transformers when I went.
Yeah, well, we got Legos too. Remember Micro Machines?
Dude, I had so many Micro Machines.
I got some right now.
You have some right now?
Yep.
I have a Ziploc bag that has like my favorite ones because I had like a whole bin of them.
I do too. So when my grandma passed away, some of the things that she saved for us were these Micro Machines. We would go to her house and she would have a drawer that we can go into, and we can take one toy, a new toy we got to pick out of the drawer. And
whenever you would go see your grandma?
Yep. And so she
Wow.
had so it was a cool
That's
thing
super
that she would
fun.
do. So she saved some of these, and I have some Micro Machines still in a Ziploc bag in my basement right now.
Yeah, me too. Mine's in the basement.
It's so cool. There are 2 random slots available to Wednesday.
Yeah, if anyone wants a random slot for PVK, see, we're doing ad reads now. PVK has ads, random slots.
What would we talk about, Paul? I feel like I'm talking.
I'd like to get a random slot.
I would too, but I don't know what I would talk about.
I don't know either. I would talk about Job.
Well, of course.
Am I kidding?
I'd probably talk about AA, but I don't think he's kind of probably bored with that.
Yeah.
What I want to do is actually interview him for my channel.
Oh yeah. Well, he's listening right now. Pitch it to him.
Well, I would like to interview him. I mean, he kind of owes me a random slot because I'm one of those members. You know, I paid for it.
Oh, I'm a member too. We're both paid members of Paul Vandercrest.
Yeah, so those 2 random slots are for Job and PVK interview. Got him.
All right. Then we put that $3 to use.
3? I'm doing like 25 a month. Are you kidding me? I got the whole thing, which isn't probably much
Wait,
more
what?
than what you're getting.
There's a different level?
Yes.
You pay $20 a month?
I think it's something like that. Yeah, it's like the high level one.
I didn't know there were levels.
Yeah.
Oh man. Because when I go, it just says member. I look at my membership, and then if I click on settings, I don't know how to manage all this stuff.
I don't have access to Calendly anymore. I'll just wait, Paul. Whenever you're ready, man, you can let me know like you did last time. That'd be the best way because
Nate has never had a rando slot with Paul.
Well, that'd be good, but he talked with them. He talked about hell. That was a good conversation.
You know what we should do? We should take them and then we'll sell them.
Like NFTs?
Yeah, we'll be. Oh, there's only 1 slot left. Corey just grabbed one.
Oh, nice.
All
That'd
right.
be a good one.
We'll end this stream once Paul fills that other slot. We've got slots to fill.
Yeah, man. I don't even know how to get there anymore. I have to go into his I have to go into his description of a video, click the Calendly link, and
Yeah, I used to be a master with the Calendly because I was like nabbing up time to talk to Paul every chance I could get.
Yeah, I used to leave the link in my my phone here, but I haven't.
Yeah, I used to have a book. I used to have it bookmarked.
Yeah.
And then he closed it down, and I deleted that bookmark with like a little tear in my eye.
Yeah.
There was one time I did a conversation with Paul. We had a blackout during winter, or blackout. Our house was without electricity because a power pole went down in the neighborhood.
Nice.
We were without power for 5 days, and then in the middle of that, like I had a convo with Paul scheduled, and so I had to go to the library and like hook up to the Wi-Fi there. And luckily, I was able to get one of those little private rooms. So I sat there talked to Paul.
Gripes in modernity. It's great. Well, I don't even know if I'd be able to get a time slot with him because the time, I'm like 2 hours ahead, and I have to when is he gonna do it? Oh, damn you, Luke!
I didn't have a bot.
Sell it, man.
I didn't have a Calendly bot. What's Luke gonna do?
He's gonna talk about confessionalism.
Oh, wait, I got one for Cal and Jason. Okay, so I guess Luke is doing it on behalf.
Oh, he's been doing the Christ-like thing, you bastard.
He's mediating the Calendly to Jason and Cal. He's trying to get more. He's trying to sprinkle some more woo into Paul's channel.
That's right. That's good.
Look, I think woo makes everything taste better.
I
brings
do
the
too.
flavor.
I mean, why wouldn't you have more woo? I mean, I love it. And for those of you who say their woo isn't a thing, please explain to me how it is you're able to form words.
Well, we don't want to think about it, Chad. We just want to talk like we know what we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Then stop thinking if you can do that sort of thing, because that's all thinking is a bunch of woo. Luke isn't excited to talk to me. We spent 10 hours of a time. 10 hours.
Yeah, because they rode in the car from Minneapolis to Thunder Bay, Paul and I was supposed to go, but I didn't have my passport, and so I couldn't go.
I tell you,
I almost was in the car with Paul Vanderklay going from Minneapolis because I was going to fly into Minneapolis, ride up with Luke and the crew.
I got to do it with Grizz. The first night
You
that I
did?
got to Chino, yeah, we went to a pizza joint there, a barbecue joint, and that was great. Like, and I like you guys can make fun of me all you want, but like I really, really, really love Paul Vanderklay. Like, I know he's an internet dude and he's a personality, but like I feel very fortunate to have met the guy, and
Mhm. You
it's
need
not
Paul. I want a T-shirt of Paul with his big beard, just his face on a T-shirt.
that smile, right? You just make other people smile.
Yeah, we need merch, and I don't think Paul's going to do it. The idea of merch has been on the table since day one.
Yeah, well, I've come up with some okay ones. I thought since he said he was gonna write a book and nobody would read it, I thought then why don't you just make a book that has like the title is here's the book that nobody will ever read except my mom, and then it's just a coloring book.
You
Don't
embarrassed
be
Paul.
Come on, Paul, don't be
Your
embarrassed.
love.
I just like I don't feel like I get to tell him that in a way that isn't weird and like I don't know. I don't know if he believes me, but I like, and I don't mean to be a weirdo. It's just there are people that you meet in life that help change your life and for the better and help you to be a better person. And my sponsor Mark is one of those guys. A lot of the men that I sponsor are those guys. And then like Paul was one of those guys because he shows you how to be the kind of guy that you want to be if you're willing to do so.
Here,
You know?
he loves you too. You have a
Oh,
great
now
heart,
I'm embarrassed. Son of a
Chad. You're such a sweet guy. Wasn't there a joke between us where what did I say to you?
Oh.
What was that?
It was every time Vanderklay and Vervaeke get on a talk together. It's always like, it's like it's like I really like what you're saying here, but I
Oh
really
yeah.
I want to, and I'm not pushing back too hard, but I wanted to say that, and then they're always like really kind to each other. It's like a real super Canadian thing. So what
What did
happens
we
when
do? It was like a thing for a while.
yeah,
It
it was
was
like
some catchphrase or something. I forget what it was.
well, it wasn't just I affirm you. It was part of it.
I just
But
want
it
to
was
say,
like,
first of all, I
yeah,
affirm what you're saying, and I just want to say how thankful I am for you.
and you're really edifying me. Like you're really edifying me, and
Oh my goodness.
yeah, that's what happens when a pastor and a Canadian gets talking. They just love each other like that.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. Yeah. My said something to my wife about you the other day, and I said, "You remember Chad from Chino, right?" And she practically scolded me. Of course I remember Chad. Well, that's really kind.
Pastor and a Canadian.
Step into a bar, what happens? They say really nice things to each other.
I wonder if Paul Vanderklay has like a New Jersey side where he like but I can't imagine it. Maybe it exists. I can't imagine it.
Well, it's probably all in his head. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's probably like when somebody cuts him off, he has lots of like probably bad words in his head because he's learned how to do that. He's being an adult about it. So
I feel like when you're tall too, you just your presence can make a statement so you don't have to necessarily have an attitude.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of it.
He's probably perfected the heaping coals of kindness.
I embarrass my wife sometimes when my Jersey side comes out.
Nice. I don't feel
I would love for this to be memorable only content for the highest tier. So we can catch on some camera somewhere.
He's like driving down. He's like, I'm fucking driving you.
Gabagool? What's that?
Maybe you have to feed him gabagool to bring out the Jersey. Oh, guacamole? Wait, I tried
Guancale? I don't know what that
guacamole.
is.
Wow, this is getting to that point where it's just weird now, right? Oh, Sopranos. Yeah, yeah. What if that'd be hilarious. So Vanderclay's actually in like Whip Pro. He's like and so he was a mobster. He had to go into witness protection, and so they made him into a pastor. And then
Yeah, that's
somehow
good back. Like of this tiny church, they're like, it won't matter. Like it's just a small church, and then he blows up on the internet. Now what are they gonna do?
it sounds like a remake of the movie Sister Act, but it's with a pastor.
Oh, I think Paul's coming on board. This
Oh
stream
boy.
is not gonna die yet. Drop the link, Jess.
Drop the
Aye,
link.
aye, Captain.
In his Jersey accent. Hey Jess.
Hey, drop the link. Oh, here's
I think
EVK coming on for the second time in the stream.
there he
Welcome,
is.
EVK.
I could be when my Jersey side comes out, I can be very direct. There've been a few moments on YouTube videos and conversations when I have been very direct, and it makes my wife
Really?
nervous when that happens.
Well, are you referring to the obtuse video? Because that doesn't really count. That wasn't
No, I
even
get a
like
lot more
art.
direct than that.
Yeah. No, I've
Have
seen
you been
though,
directing?
Go ahead.
You've been directing randos combos or combos with
Very
who?
seldom, because then I'm more in pastor mode. But it happens. It happens more often when someone's being an asshole or someone's threatening people. That's when that comes out. Like that's when people are picking on people or doing stuff. That's I mean, that's my wife hates it when that happens, but it does happen.
Mm-hmm. No,
Your
my paywall talk with Laura. Yeah, that's different. Like, I don't know. It's usually not caught on video because it happens fast.
Mm-hmm.
It's not pretty.
Well, I don't think it's ugly. I just think it's probably, I don't know. From what I've seen, I've not seen you ever step overboard. But I'm kind of an extreme person, so what the hell do I know? What do you think, Paul, about us doing this thing where we rewrite the movie Sister Act, but we do it with a mob dude from Jersey who gets put in witness protection and has to become a pastor at a CRC church in Sacramento? I think that'd be awesome.
That's hilarious. That's a hilarious idea, Chad. Oh, did you ever see Steve Martin's My Blue Heaven?
Oh yeah, it's been a while, but yes.
I haven't seen that.
You know, he goes into witness protection and he doesn't fit in and yeah, Sopranos was fun because they filmed in a lot of places where I grew up, so it was always fun to watch the locations.
Nice.
Like the one scene where they throw some guy off the bridge by the Passaic Falls. It's so clearly a dummy that they threw over because no stunt man is ever going to survive that fall, but it was still cool.
There's you got to check out that show, The Bear. I'm telling you, it's
I was going to watch it the other night and I'm like, "Oh, honey, let's watch this." And she's like, "I've already seen it." She gets more TV time than I do. So now it's like, when am I going to watch it? Maybe I'll download some episodes and I'll watch it on the plane to Europe next week.
What'd she think?
She never remembers TV that she watches.
Okay. Yeah, it's by its nature, it's an intense show. So it's um like it's putting you in the driver's seat oftentimes of the character. Like it wants you to be immersed in the kind of the chaos that's on inside the particular character. But I mean, the artistry in that is very good. There's a couple of scenes that are like one take scenes. So you have like a 17-minute scene, which is like the whole episode was one take, like literally.
Really?
Oh wow.
And yeah, which is, if you know anything about that, it's like that's like it doesn't happen often. And then the Christmas episode in season 2 was just like I can't even like think about it right now. I'll start crying, but
Maybe I'll
it's
talk my wife into watching it again because she doesn't remember sometimes. So sometimes I can talk her into watching things again. So it's the
just
only
I
time
know
I
how,
watch TV is when I'm with my wife.
yeah. Well, I know how much you like different things, or you seem to talk about different things that relate to the different things that we're talking about, and I think once you get past like the first episode, you really the character starts to unfold, and you'll start to see, I think, kind of what I'm getting at as far as the meaning crisis stuff and the domicide stuff that happens, and it's interesting. So
Yeah,
there.
Luke's
Now I
right.
know.
I don't abide people being mean to Freddie. I can talk
No,
direct to Freddie, but when people just start picking on him, I mean that ain't cool.
none
But
of
that
us
doesn't
do
happen
about it.
much. It's only happened like once or twice. Oh
Hmm.
yeah, Free Guy. That looked good, Luke. I'll have to watch that.
That's classic.
Yeah,
I've
that
never
is.
seen
Really
that.
good. And I don't even like Ryan Reynolds, but that was a really good movie. Yeah.
Oh, the bear's about that chef. All right.
Yep. Hmm.
I was thinking there was an offshoot off Yellowstone. I was like, is it the ones? But no, it's the chef one.
Yeah, it's the chef one. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't really need a randos combo with you. I talked to you enough, Paul, and I don't really
I
know what
like
we can
your
talk
idea,
about.
Chad. I like you an idea of you interview. I'd like to be on the Friday morning nameless. I mean, that'd be fun.
You be the first one. There's nobody else on there. So yeah, that'd be cool. Well, I'll have to think about a time, and because that time is hard to come by.
Yeah, probably after I get back from Europe. So we'll
Cool.
see.
Yeah,
We'll
that'd
see
be
how the
good.
whole Europe trip goes.
I'll have some good questions because like that's kind of what I would want to get into is like maybe try to poke at you on a little more on what your journey's been like since being immersed in the internet and things like that.
And it's I'm really, when I listen to Peterson, how he has to have a bodyguard and can't go anywhere,
Hmm.
that would be horrible. Because for the most part, my life around living stones and home and everything, it's just normal.
Hmm.
So, and it's just when I go, but even estuary meetings at Living Stones, I mean, nobody makes a fuss over me. It's
Yeah.
just normal. It's when I go out and do things in conferences, then it's a little weird. But other than
Yeah.
that, it's chill.
I'd be interested in like the actual like not just like how your life plays out, but maybe how you think about things and like what are some of the unexpected things that you've tripped over as far as how you might see things that you weren't expecting, just things like that, and
Yeah.
maybe how you feel like about um, the pastoral work that you do and how it maybe has been. I don't know. I can develop the questions better, but yeah, I'll think about those things.
Okay. That sounds good. It'd be fun.
Cool,
Has
man.
anyone
Just
done an
like,
interview with you?
oh
Like
yeah,
a long
yeah,
form one like that?
Yeah.
yeah. There's a few out there.
Okay.
Everybody comes at them from their own angle. I mean,
Right.
it's not like, if you get like interviews with famous people like Peterson, they always ask them the same questions. They get boring real quick, but because the interview with me, they'll cover some of the bio stuff for a little bit, but everybody has their own angle, so each one is different.
Hmm. All right, guys, I should hop off here and be responsible
should
for
too.
once in my life.
I should too. All right, I guess this long, how long? Almost 5 hours. Look at that.
Almost 5 hours.
Look at Grail Country blazing a trail.
This will be on the internet forever too, for our children and great grandchildren to watch. They'll love it. A time capsule.
All right,
Well,
love you guys.
All right,
good to see you.
Bye.
I love you.
Bye bye.
All right, thanks, guys.